Hey, good evening, everybody. A little bit earlier than usual, but with good reason. We've got Micah from Comic Connect here. We're going to preview the latest event auction on their side of things. It's Event Auction 55. It's ending next Monday, and we've got a lot of stuff to cover. So I'm not going to leave Micah in the green room at all. We're going to get him in here and get started. Hey, Micah.
Hello.
We're back in the saddle again, man, doing it one more time.
It's like Groundhog Day.
It is. It definitely is. One of these days, we're going to get our schedules down because I like dedicating a show to you. So just remember
I like that too.
It makes
If
we
you
don't have
see
to rush.
the amount of art surrounding me and how much of it I am not going to get to. It's a lot, but that's okay. That's what the website is for.
Exactly, and everybody knows it. It's comicconnect.com. Very easy to remember.
It says it right on the screen.
Exactly. And so, when you go to Comic Connect and you want to bid on anything, I mean, I assume you have to register or something.
You do. You have to. Yes. You can browse to your heart's content, but to do any actual bidding, you have to register and, like every place else, add a credit card.
There you go. That's
do
you have like limits? Do people have to get approved for certain
over $25,000? You need approval, but it's pretty straightforward. But yeah, again, like every place else, to bid on over 25,000, you need to let us know in advance. But once you're approved, then that's basically going forward, you're good. It's not something that has to be repeated every auction.
Right. Well, that's good.
Hello.
What's that?
I was saying hello to Dino.
Yes. So hey, we're gonna look at some of the stuff from the Como.
Yeah. So this auction is a little different.
How did that all come about? I mean, I know you and Vincent were out there.
Yeah. So when we were at Como, at the I think this all started at the opening reception when a bunch of artists decide to take it upon themselves to just start defacing this perfectly defenseless tablecloth behind me. Vince talked to Steve about auctioning the tablecloth for charity, which is what we're doing. And then that turned into Steve getting a bunch of artists to contribute pieces to sell to raise money for the festival. Mm-hmm. So the tablecloth is for charity. It's for a children's leukemia foundation in Italy. The charity was chosen by an artist whose name I forget. It's on the website. He drew it's an Italian. It's like a famous Italian Disney artist who drew the Donald Duck up there. So he started everything. That was the first drawing. And so because he started everything, Steve decided to let him choose the charity, and he chose this Children's Leukemia Foundation. It's hard to argue with that. And so I mean, if you want to talk about the tablecloth first, we can do that first. It's here.
Sure. I mean, I can see a Baudet on up there. I see a Cho. I mean, I see.
So if you want to pull up the website listing, you can see the whole thing, because a lot of it's very, very large.
Yes. And I know there we go.
There it is. Nope. Oh, nope. That's some close up.
Oh, I skipped over the yes. There.
So it's a lot. So it started with the Donald Duck, and then Liberatore, famous Italian artist Liberatore, drew the body on the duck. And then it kind of went on from there. Manara, I believe, was next. And then this is an Italian artist named, I think it's Emmanuel Simeone. Simeone. So he did this drawing with both hands at the same time. So he was drawing like this with both hands at the same time. Half the face with his left hand, half the face with his right hand. That's why it's signed twice, signed with each hand, which is kind of cool. It's impressive. I can't do that. But then the whole thing just sort of took on a life of its own. You've got this massive Simon Bisley Batman, Art Adams Thing, Jenny Frison Wonder Woman, Kevin Eastman, there's Travis Chare, David Mack. I don't know if you can see all this stuff behind me. There's Upside Down Death by Mark Buckingham up at the top. There's Frank Cho. There's Dan Brereton. There's Artgerm down here. There's a lot. And on the other side, there's Terry Dodson. There's Brian Stelfreeze. There's like 40 something drawings. It's pretty great. And you could I don't know, you could wallpaper a wall with it. It's 11 feet square, give or take.
You certainly could.
It's impressive. It's an impressive piece for sure. And it's got a lot of artists did a really, really wonderful work, really beautiful drawings by a lot of them. Bisley really went to town. It's crazy. I mean, that's a larger than life size Batman by Bisley. It's pretty great. Travis Cherry forgot to sign his little space girl over there, but it's definitely him. I saw him draw.
Well, it's a unique piece. You won't find.
Yeah, and all the money, we're not taking a penny from it. Every penny from the sale is going to the Children's Leukemia Foundation. The link to the foundation is on the listing. Yeah, it's cool. It was fun to watch them do it. I'm happy to be part of auctioning it. It's doing some good for the world. It's nice.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm glad you're helping them out with this.
Yeah.
So then so after you spoke with them about this, it just kind of made sense.
Yeah, and then they I don't know. I think that they had the idea of auctioning artwork to raise money for the festival, and they figured because we were doing the tablecloth, it made sense to do it all together. And there's some really, really good pieces that were donated for this auction. So we can get to those if you want and go back to the list.
I can do that because, like you said, these are the ones that end soonest.
Yeah,
right?
this is the auction begins with these. So the very first piece in the auction that'll be ending on Monday is this really lovely Supergirl by Artgerm. And Artgerm, for as wildly popular as he is, most of his art is digital. So there's not a lot that can be owned. So it makes this piece a little more special because there's not a lot of his art that exists physically. So this was just a drawing he did specifically for this auction, and it's really wonderful. Really beautiful detail. Is great, soft features, and yeah, great color. Really, really fabulous.
I always like Stanley stuff. It's great.
Yeah, it's really, really fantastic. And he was one of the more in-demand artists at the show. Not a lot of quiet moments for him at the festival.
That's good.
All right, moving on. The next is a lot of these pieces were created specifically for this auction. Lee Bermejo doing a little classic sort of 50s monster take on what like a Roy Lichtenstein style panel. So sort of like out of context, panel from a comic with this great 50s style woman, and instead of pining after a man, she's pining after a monster, which is fine by me. And Bermejo, really beautiful gray tone work. He's a fabulous artist, and I like that he seemed like he had fun making this. Art that was fun to draw often comes out better than art that wasn't.
No, I like it. I love Lee's stuff.
Yeah, no, it's really nice, and it does. It looks like he had fun doing it. Next up, the really beautiful painting of Deadpool by an artist named Elia Bonetti, an Italian artist. Really, really good painting of Deadpool. Like really, like the craftsmanship in this is very, very good. The color's great. I like the kind of wash, and the background wash is really effective. A nice piece. Sorry if I'm going fast. There's a lot.
It's a big auction. You do have a lot to cover tonight.
The next piece is a published piece. This is Mark Brooks. This is his painted cover to the Cull the Savage, the original Marvel Years Omnibus. So it's just one of the big Marvel omnibuses collecting the Cull comics. But really, Brooks is a great painter, and really nice, great image of Cull. The tigers are great. The detail overall, fantastic. Really a really nice painting, and it's big. Bigger is better, right? I know that's what they say.
That is what I've heard. Mark Brooks would know. He's got an eye for that.
My art collection is decidedly little, but that's little in scale, not in quantity.
Well,
I reorganized a bunch of portfolios last week, and I have 5 portfolios that are 9.
Oh, and Micah just disconnected his webcam. It actually says device is not connected. So he'll be right back because he can hear me. He's in the studio, except his camera's not. His audio is probably working fine. But yeah, very nice. As we know, I think Lake Como has an auction every year. This year they moved it to be managed by Comic Connect after the show. And that's what we're looking at right now. Obviously, that one piece was done during their reception. And, that was done on the tablecloth. I'm just waiting until I see Micah fully back into the studio. He's got a black screen right now. Yeah, Big Brooks. This is the AMD one. That is very true. So yeah, it's fading in and out. You'll be here in a second. But yeah, typically they've done the auctions on the floor at Lake Como, and this year they opted to work with Comic Connect. I'm sure it's going to work out really well for them. So I'll keep an eye on these. Like I'm sure they will as well. Some of these auctions benefit the show, which is obviously in their 4th year, right? They've done 4. They did 2 pre-COVID and 2 after COVID. So, I mean, I could start looking at artwork, but I don't want to steal Micah's thunder, right? But I guess we could. What do we got here? Next up, we have a Mark Buckingham Fables interior. See, it's not the same without getting to see Micah handle it. So, well, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen a Buckingham pencils, no inks piece before. Hey, and there is Micah.
Hey. Technical difficulties.
Well,
so yeah, Mark Brooks.
Your
Mark
social...
Brooks is great. It's great. You should bid on it. That's my advice.
Well, I'm glad your social media person's there to take care of you tonight.
It's live TV, people. Live TV.
Yes, it is. I was just discussing the Buckingham pencils only piece, no inks.
Oh yeah. Buckingham gave it's a really nice Fables page, pencil Fable page. It was inked over a blue line for publication, but it's a nice page. It's Snow White and Rose Red from issue 133. But Buckingham is great. He's been great for a very long time. He's had a really, really wonderful career working on some really good comics, and it's nice to be able to say that. Not only having a long career, but having a long career on books that are good. It's that fine line between working steadily and working on things that are worthwhile and significant. And Buckingham's had a really great run of collaborators over the years, and long. He drew Fables for 10 years or something like that.
Right.
Longer maybe.
I'm not sure. I know at least 10 though. You're right.
Yeah, a lot. And comics don't run that. Comics like Fables don't run that long if they're not good.
Very true.
Right.
All right. So what do we got next? I know we've got
Eric Canetti. I'm going to butcher a bunch of Italian names in the next like 20 minutes, so bear with me, people. Yeah, really good stylized Silver Surfer, Galactus in the background. I like this drawing a lot. I like the contorted surfer figure. It's clever, and Galactus almost fades into the background, so you don't notice it immediately. So, and when you do notice it, you're like, oh, damn, that's Galactus. It's cool. Canete does a lot of work in animation, and you can see that in this. It's a very, very animatory drawing. It's got a lot of life to it.
Very much so. Yeah.
I know you've got. Is Canete not Italian? He might. I could be wrong.
I don't know what Eric is. But yes, no, it's a great piece. I love Eric's work.
Yeah,
we feature it regularly here on the CAF update.
Next is another big one. So, Space Girl by Travis Cherry that he did remember to sign. This is a beautiful drawing. It's big. It's the image. It's 13.5 by 18.5, and that's the image size. So the paper's a little bigger than that. Yeah, beautiful color. Travis is fabulous. I've been a fan of his since Dark Stars. So it's like early 90s. And he only got better from there. I mean, his work on Wildcats is great. I mean, I think everybody wishes he drew more comics.
Yes, we do.
But really, I mean, I don't know that I would have predicted him from when he started getting as good as he got. And really, you know, one of the best draftsmen of his generation, I think. Well, we have another piece of his coming up later. We'll get to that. But the next couple pieces are slightly not safe for work, so I have apologies to sensitive viewers.
Uh-oh. I haven't previewed these either, everybody. So we'll let Micah hold it up in his hands first.
I'll put my finger over the noise. So this is Olivier Coipel, and this is a beautiful painting. Beautiful painting. I mean, there's more. All right, I'm just going to show it, and if anybody's so sensitive, I apologize. Apologies. So we have two pieces from Coipel. He did these as variant covers for a comic called Bloodstained Teeth. These were done as variant covers that Coipel they made up for Coipel specifically to sell as variants at Lake Como. So he gave both covers. He did both of them were drawn from live models, and you can tell when an artist is drawing from a live model because the figure looks like a real person. It's not sort of, you know, the way people draw, you know, the artists when they draw a figure, they have a tendency to draw the same or a similar, you know, figure over and over again because it's what you know. But when you're drawing from a model, you're drawing the specifics of that person. And this is very specifically a real person and just beautifully executed, wonderful painting. It's great. The next one, more nudity, sorry. The next one is a man. Apologies.
Oh, no, this is something we haven't seen too often here. All right.
we can do it. We can do it like that.
There you go. Now, yeah, it's a little longer than you thought, Micah. All right, now you got it.
But again, another one where it's drawn from a live model, so it's a real person, and it has that feel that a drawing has when it's drawn from a real person. The anatomy is more correct generally. The positioning is more natural. Not criticizing artists who don't draw from models. I mean, I'm not, and nobody can draw from models all the time, but you can see the difference when they do. Anyway, another variant cover for the same Bloodstained Teeth #1. You can see the whole image to your heart's content on the website.
From both of those, both by Coipel.
Yes. Next up is a painting of Spider-Man by an artist named Sean Crystal. Very nice Spider-Man swinging through a neon city. This is the painting and also his blue pencil preliminary drawing is also included with it. Another really nice Spider-Man swinging through the city is hard to go wrong with. But another nice, like stylized Spider-Man. I like the green juxtaposed over the darkness of Spider-Man. Nice composition, good execution. Another nice piece. Again, all donated to raise money for Lake Como. The next one is special. Gabriele Dell'Otto, Black Panther. This is from 2003. I believe this was made to be a cover. I don't believe it was ever published, but Dell'Otto is amazing. I mean, just a ridiculously skilled artist. If I were Marvel, I'd be embarrassed that we didn't publish this. Because why? There's a lot of worse covers get published, but for whatever reason, anyway, their loss. Whoever our games, we get to watch.
It could still end up published. You never know.
It could. You do never know. But what he's able to do with tone and shading, really, again, just beautiful draftsmanship. And
very nice piece.
A really nice Black Panther.
Vincent Ganem actually says it was published in an art book.
Oh, in an art book. All right. Thank you, Vincent.
For that info, Vincent.
I met Vincent at Lake Como.
The Marvel art of Dell'Otto. Wasn't that one of those?
Thank you very much.
Books that came out?
I will update the listing after we're done.
There you go. All right.
This is a Last Ronin drawing by Kevin Eastman. This was made at the Como Festival. Eastman drew this there. Really great cover quality, like finished illustration of Michelangelo as the Last Ronin, all of his brother's weapons. Really, Eastman is nothing if not reliable. I mean, he's been producing quality work now for 45 years, 40 years.
One of the years old in 2024. Actually.
Yeah, I say it. Turtles is going to have their 40th anniversary, which is insane. That makes me feel old, because I think when I first read a Turtles comic, they were not 5 years old yet, something like that. And Eastman, again, also just one of the nicest guys in comics. So it was really, again, generous for all the artists. The generosity to donate these pieces is wonderful, and specifically the artists who created pieces of this quality to be donated for the festival, really commendable. And an excellent turtle drawing by Eastman.
Definitely is. And Eastman is like one of the OG, Big Fish comic art collectors out there back in the day. I don't know what his collection's like.
That's true.
But early on, he was kind of like a go-to guy when, where are those Perez Crisis covers? Oh, Eastman's got half of them or whatever. I mean, I remember hearing the stories when I first got started. So
I got to go to his museum while it was open just once, but it was cool. The building, if you go to Northampton, Massachusetts, the building where the museum was still has turtle gargoyles up on the top of it. They've had like turtle gargoyles made for the building, and they're still there, which is fantastic. I was there, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago in Northampton, and went by the building, and I was like, that's cool.
I would like to see that myself.
Next is a painting by an artist named Riccardo Federici. It's a very Mad Maxy woman on a motorcycle. I don't know what it was for. It looks like an illustration, but I don't have any information. But it is a beautiful painting, regardless. And just think of it as a Mad Max thing, and that's all you need. That's all you need to do. I would be happy to hang this on my wall and just say, "Oh yeah, that's Mad Max. Who cares?" It doesn't matter. It's a good painting.
Exactly. Yeah, I hope she's got some.
What matters less than the quality of the art.
Oh, it's beautiful. It really is.
Yeah. And the detail on the motorcycle is great. The detail in the landscape is great. The sky, the subtlety of the clouds in the sky is difficult to do. Art is hard, people.
Well, that is a beauty.
Yep. And next, Wonder Woman by Jenny Frison. One of her pencil drawings on gray paper with the white highlights, which is I love when artists use colored paper and then you can bring out highlights with light color on top of that. I call it the Matt Wagnering of drawings. Master at it. Jenny is fabulous. Drawing of hers back on another Wonder Woman by Jenny over here. Yeah, great. A great piece. Nice, like stoic Wonder Woman. And I really like, again, the way she used the white on the lasso and the highlights in the sword and on the tiara, and you know, just in the face and on the lips. Just excellent use of the tools. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're right. Matt Wagner did kind of start the toned, you know, Canson paper, colored paper, and he did it really, really well. I think
if anybody wants to get rid of any of those, I want more of them.
I have never gotten one myself. I would love to have one too.
I have 3, and I want more.
Lucky.
They're all in my small portfolios because they're
right. They were all, you know, they were like 6x9s or something.
Yeah,
I into cons all the time.
Yeah,
I always thought I'll get one day, and I never did.
I have one that's like 4x5 or something like that. I bought it from Jim Warden probably in like 1994. Got a little drawing of the Golden Age Sandman.
Cool.
That I still have, and I love it. It's in my CAF gallery. Anybody, if you want to look. Next up, Stefano Guadiano. Drawing of a pirate. Can't go wrong with pirates. Guadiano is great. Nice. Yeah, expressive drawing, you know, hard to complain. Nice little pirate drawing.
Yeah, no, I like Stefano's stuff. He regular inker over on Walking Dead over Adlard, and
yeah, he inked Adlard on Walking Dead for a long time. He inked Michael Lark on Gotham Central for a long time.
Yeah, really nice guy.
I think he inked Lark on Daredevil too, if I remember right.
I think that's true.
Yeah, and two artists that his style matches up with perfectly, just like really good combination of pencil or inker, both of those, which is a testament to Guadiano. He's you know, you always want to, as an inker, you want to find a penciler you jive with, because then you can work with them for a long time. You can be, you know, Andy Parks with Phil Hester, or Mark Farmer with Alan Davis, or Klaus Janson with Frank Miller, you know, or Terry Austin with John Byrne, you know, where you want people to think of you in the same breath as the penciler.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's there with both Adlard and Lark.
I agree.
Next, Trevor Hairsine. I like this drawing probably more than I should, because I like when people take comic book characters and make them science fiction-y. So it's like a little spacesuit Batman, but executed excellently. I look really nice pen work, great cross hatching. It's just a conceptually cool. Like even to even think of doing Batman like this is unusual, and I'm glad he did it. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's like I want to see a cape, and I don't want to see a cape.
I know. I want to see a comic about spacesuit Batman.
Yes, that is very true.
You know, Mignola did his giant robot Hellboy as like a goof when he was doing the COVID charity auctions, and now there's a giant robot Hellboy comic coming out. So you never know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that Darrow cover out there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Really nice. I want to see the original.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Speaking of Janson, next up, Klaus Janson is a Dark Knight Batman and Robin, and so it's Dark Knight Batman, Kelly, Robin, and the mutants from the Dark Knight Returns. This drawing is fabulous. I'm a big fan of Janson as both an inker and as a penciler inker.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the more unique, you know, guys who's been around for as long. I mean, Janson's been working professionally now for probably 50 years, give or take. If it's not 50, it's really close.
I think he said 50 when we did the interview with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's and the fact that he's still working regularly is a testament to his abilities. You know, he has a style that doesn't really have an era. So he's like, Janson doesn't draw like other artists, so he doesn't get pigeonholed into a time period.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as an inker, really effective over a wide variety of artists.
Nope, I agree. And hey, Jason, I would love to do another art sale show with Jansen. Definitely, he was a lot of fun to interview. That was one of my favorite shows I've
And
done.
as far as I know, he should still have a lot of art. He didn't sell art for a very long time.
He does have a lot of art,
and I imagine that there's a good amount of it left. I knew Jansen a little bit when I was in college, and I got to go to his apartment once. That was 30 years ago, so I have no idea if he still lives there. But he had a wall in his studio that was just all flat file, floor to ceiling. And I didn't ask to look in it, but I kind of wish I did.
There you go. He is less than a month away from his 50th anniversary in comics. That's going to make him feel old. I have a feeling.
if I know anything about aging, and I'll be 50 next year, so I know a little bit about aging, he already feels old.
Oh man. Well, I'm going to ask him that when I have him on next. And then maybe I'll have you in the green room just to counter whatever he suggests.
Next up, we got another Deadpool, this time from Matteo Lolli. It's a nice Deadpool bust. Just another, just a nice drawing. Generously donated. Deadpool, Matteo Lolli.
Very nice.
Now we got two drawings by Tula Lote, who I am sad to say I was not familiar with before we got these, and now I'm a big fan. So just studies, but really, again, beautiful studies, just really delicate drawing and nice, sort of like almost like both of them have sort of the effect of capturing someone who's not necessarily aware that they're being drawn or photographed. So it's got almost like a candid nature to it. It's just a woman brushing her hair. But lovely and just like wonderfully illustrated.
That's good. Yeah,
it's really nice. It makes me want to seek out more of her work.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one slightly not safe for work, less graphic than the last one, but only slightly so. It's another one, so let's do it like that again. If you want to see the whole thing, go to the website.
You know where ComicConnect.com, right? Mike's signature.
But yes, again, it's another. It looks like somebody being drawn while they're sleeping, which is, it's got a real life aspect to it, which is nice. But again, just another beautiful drawing. I love the sort of purple wash on both of them. Just really, really impressive drawings.
All right, and next is what do we got here?
Emanuela Lupacchino.
Lupacchino.
Jean Grey is the Black Queen. Try to get that glare later. Again, just another really expertly crafted, drawn and painted, and it's really nice to see artists go out of their way to donate quality work. Nobody just kind of just grab something from their reject file and say, here, just auction this. This is a beautiful piece.
Jason's trying to bid.
Sorry?
Jason's asking no one else to bid so he can bid.
How well did that work out for you last time, Jason?
It doesn't work. I know it doesn't work. Terry Moore now.
This one is wonderful. This was published in the Como portfolio this year. This is Francine from Strangers in Paradise, and out the window behind her is Lake Como and the beautiful Italian countryside, which is, and I like putting the character in the environment is really nice. And Terry is another one who's been doing quality work for a very long time and still doing it. This is as good as anything he's ever done, I think. I expect bidding on this to be aggressive at the end. It's a really good piece. And Terry's work is desirable.
Indeed.
Right.
I've always loved this
Two
stuff.
more of the Como pieces left. Got a cut. Sean Phillips was generous enough to donate 2. This is Ethan Reckless from the series of Reckless books he's been doing for the past couple of years with Ed Brubaker, which are fantastic. Took me a minute to find the time to sit down and read them, but once you do, they're really, really good books. Brubaker and Phillips are a great combination, but the Reckless books are a really, really nice change of pace for them. Still crime comics because it's Ed Brubaker, but different than the stuff they've been doing before, so which is nice. And this is a great painting. It's a guy with an axe. I mean,
what more can you ask for? No, I love Sean's stuff. From the moment I first saw Sean's work, he can do no wrong. I love his style.
Nope. And if the guy with an axe is too much for you, you can bid on the Batman. Which is also, Sean is really great at doing a lot with a little. And it's, again, more difficult than it looks. So it's a lot of like seemingly simple things going on here, but it's actually all very complicated. And yeah, Sean's great. That's it. The only drawing I bought at Como was a drawing from Sean.
Sweet. My favorite convention drawing of all time is by Sean. He did a Nightcrawler for me, and it's absolutely amazing. Best sketch I've ever gotten.
This next piece is this piece wasn't given to us with the rest of them. We didn't get this until we were in San Diego when we got this, and you'll see why, because it's amazing. So it's Geof Darrow pencils, and then fully finished and painted by Eric Powell. And Powell took Darrow's, normal obsessive craziness, and it made it real, by adding the color and the texture. Really brought the whole thing to life in a way that Darrow, who's great, Darrow's amazing, but you usually don't see his work this way. And while painting it, doing everything that Powell does, and does so well, it's still unmistakably Darrow. So it has all the detail and the weirdness and the baby playing with a skull and the Shaolin cowboy shooting dinosaurs. It's just, it captures the craziness of Darrow with the artistic beauty of the painting of Powell. I was impressed. I actually went over to Powell in San Diego to tell him how impressed I was with this drawing.
I'm sure he was happy with the way it turned out too, right?
Yeah, no, outstanding. And a combination I never would have thought about that just ended up being really, really marvelous. I want them to now do a book together, which neither of them probably have time to do. All right, a couple more from this section. We can move on. Say Mace Windu, Sam Jackson as Mace Windu by Mark Rapp. A really nice, excellent, likeness, great portrait, beautifully painted. Just another excellent drawing. And two more. And because we're doing this alphabetically, it just turns out that the last one is killer. This is Matteo Scalera. This is the cover to The Scumbag #2. So this is published. But Scalera is great. He's a great painter. I think an artist on the rise.
Yeah, so, another artist we talked a lot about on the CAFO.
Yeah, I expect that people who don't buy this or buy other art by him, I'm not saying that there's more, but will wish they had. In 5 years, they'll wish they had bought something from Scalera when it was more affordable. I see big things from him. And again, also, super nice guy, which is always just a bonus. Like really, really nice. And okay, so this piece here. This is Druna by the legendary Italian artist Serpieri. And this drawing was inked at Como by Frank Cho. And it's the only time they ever did anything together. And I've never been more impressed by Frank Cho. And Frank Cho is an excellent artist, and he's been an excellent artist for a long time. But what he does here is impressive. He takes I wish I could have seen this in pencil form, but so Serpieri, for people who aren't that familiar, the crosshatching is a very Serpieri thing. He's a master crosshatcher, and he does that a lot in his work. And he also a lot of times for his published work will ink with a ballpoint pen. So Frank Cho really honored Serpieri here by one, just the dense crosshatching, and also using a ballpoint pen, which is also harder than you think. And you get really delicate. You can get ballpoint pens can get light, can get a little more delicate than a black ink pen. So you can get like this sort of delicate look in the hair and the lightness in the shading that you can't do with a permanent ink pen. Apparently, Serpieri, when he saw the finished drawing, had one complaint, and he said that Frank made her too pretty.
I don't can't help himself.
Exactly. I don't think that's a real criticism. Yeah. I think that's just Serpieri trying to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody's met Serpieri, he is funny. So
well,
I was lucky enough, like 5 years ago or so, I got to spend a little bit of time with Serpieri when we did a gallery show with him in New York. And yeah, really, really nice person, and just a ridiculously talented artist. And this piece there's a reason why it's going as well as it is so far, and I expect it to continue to go. You know, this was the most impressive piece when we got the batch of art in the mail, and it continues to impress me every time I see it. It's really lovely. So yeah, so that's it for the fundraising auctions for the Lake Como. Those will be ending first, starting at 7 o'clock on Monday, and then from there the auction will transition into our regularly scheduled auction of other great art,
mm-hmm.
which we can move on to if you like.
I'm ready now. Was there another segment that you wanted to look at before we went?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
I thought you had mentioned something. I can't remember.
I did. So in addition, the unusual, they're not unusual, but just not stuff you don't see very often. The art, it's rare, and it's especially rare in America. So we have a small selection of international comic art.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start oldest first. I believe this is the oldest. This is a Superman cover from Brazil from 1953. And the coloring was done before publication. It was printed with these colors. So it's by an artist named Antonio Erebio. And just, it's cool to see how other countries handled reprinting American comics, and what kind of, and artists from other countries doing their interpretations. And I was not familiar with this artist before. I don't know what kind of career he had, but I do know that this cover is super cool. It's, you got the Chrysler Building drawn by a guy who had probably never seen it. Also, Metropolis, his own Chrysler Building.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just really great. I mean, and this is 1953. This is remarkably early for foreign reprint books. And we have I'll get back to Brazil in a minute, from Indonesia. These are from the early 80s, by an artist named Johnny Andrian, who's in Indonesia, in Indonesian comics, very highly regarded, like one of the most well-known Indonesian artists in Indonesian comics. So this is the cover to a Superman comic in Indonesia. Classic Superman breaking chains image. It's hard to beat that as an image. And another one from Johnny Andrian. This is Spider-Man and Captain America. The text here translates to "The Return of the Scorpion." So you got Scorpion's tail back here. Just really beautiful painting. I'd really like to see more work from these people, because in America it's hard to find work by international artists when it wasn't something that was translated into English. So like seeing these things is exciting. It's fun. and this is great. If he was American, he would have worked regularly, and which he did in Indonesia, but he's not as well known here.
It's a nice man.
And I'm going to save the best one for last. So this is Brazilian, back to Brazil. This is by an artist named Paulo Hamasaki. This is a Brazilian comic called Venus. I don't know what the publication it was in was. It's hard to know. Again, this information is just not readily available. But it's another one where Venus it was a popular strip in Brazil. It was long running, but I don't, it's hard to find out specifically where this one is from, but it is from the 50s, and it is great. It's really great drawing. If he were American, he would have been doing lots of work probably in some of the offbeat horror titles and science fiction titles in the 50s. And I think would have had a nice career here too. So this next piece, this is from the most famous Brazilian artist who exclusively worked in Brazil. So this is from Jamie Cortez. This is from a comic called, I'm going to butcher my Portuguese here. So Noites de Terror, which is, I believe, Nights of Terror. But this is an ad for the comic. And the drawing, if you're not going to be able to see it really great, but the drawing in this creature is amazingly good, like amazingly good. And this is also from the 50s. So it's like this, it looks like 70s horror, American 70s horror art, but he was doing this 20 years earlier than that. It's and the ink work is just, it's expert level. It's remarkable. And there's a reason why he's held in such high regard in Brazil. But, because of the nature of international comics, just again, not as well known here, but really, really sought after there. His art is incredibly difficult to find, even in Brazil. And this piece is stunning. That's all for the international art. Oh, wait, no, there is actually one more. There's one more. This is a recreation, but it's a recreation by Rafael Lopez Espy of it's the cover to Hulk 181, which is the same as the cover to Hulk 181 in its Spanish reprint, but still, Espy, a very famous, well-known Spanish artist, did work here, did a lot of work in Spain on the American reprint books there, but just excellent Hulk 181 cover recreation. All right, now we can move on to our regularly scheduled auction.
No, well, lots to see, but
I like having these little special sections. The Como art is all a session at the front of the auction. The international art is mixed in alphabetically with everything else. But because it's only a few pieces. But all right, moving on, we can get to regular art.
We got the Al Milgrom piece up first. Is that the one we're starting with?
Milgrom Marvel Team Up number 87, Spider-Man and the Black Panther. I mean, who doesn't love a Marvel Team Up cover? And yeah, Black Panther looks like he's shooting little daggers or like shards of glass. I should read these comics before I talk about them. At Spider-Man,
the claws of the Panther, what he's shooting at, I don't know.
There you go. I should read this to cover. This is 1979. It's great. Yeah, Bronze Age Marvel Spider-Man cover. It's hard to go wrong with that. And very few things more desirable in artwork right now than Bronze Age Spider-Man covers. So here you go. It's cool. I love these 70s Marvel covers. It's hard to beat them. No. And yeah, and Spider-Man and Black Panther. It's two great characters.
Hey, Marvel Team Up was one of my favorite books back in the day.
Yeah, it was cool. And I'm gonna quick aside, then we'll get back to it. But it's for me because I wasn't around reading comics in the 70s. But when like Action Comics, when Byrne took over Superman, Action Comics sort of became like the team up book. It was always Superman and another character. And for me, reading those comics, that was my introduction to a lot of those characters. And that was always like Superman and Black Canary, or whoever. And like those were always fun. His Marvel team up's kind of the same thing. It's like you're buying the book for Spider-Man, but then you get to read this Black Panther story that maybe you didn't know maybe it's a character you didn't know you liked, and now you can go back and read all those comics. And sometimes promotion works. All right, X-Men number 8, Jack Kirby, 1964. Yeah, twice up early Marvel Kirby art. Kirby inked by Chick Stone, the Iceman and Angel versus Unus. From Unus's first appearance. How could you pass up the first appearance of a character as classic as Unus?
Quite true.
I kid because I don't know who Unus is, but I'm sure he appeared later as well. But no, I mean Kirby at this time period, it's one of the most fertile time periods any cartoonist ever had. That like 1962 to 1967. I mean Kirby just was just firing on all cylinders, coming up with like great idea after great idea. And it's nice to see an X-Men page from when Kirby was still on the X-Men, because he left X-Men relatively early on to focus on other things. And it's just great. It's always great to get a page from a book by its creator. So Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the X-Men, and they didn't do a whole lot of issues together.
No, they didn't. I'll tell you, if a page to issue 10 ever comes up, I might go after it.
Looking for a Juggernaut.
One of my favorite books. So Savage Land, Kazar. That was always.
Oh, Kazar is 10. Juggernaut is 11.
I think 12. But I haven't done my research in a long time. I'm feeling like Anthony.
I'll pack up my things.
But yeah, one of my favorite covers. It's just fantastic. So
I love the X-Men 10. Is that the red cover, X-Men 10? Or is that the Sentinels cover? What's the...
You're thinking of the Sentinels cover.
Yeah, that's the Sentinels. That's my favorite Kirby X-Men cover.
Yeah, I can't argue with you on that.
Next, this piece is amazing. So this is Graham Ingalls. This is from Crime Suspense Stories number 3. So it's Haunt of Fear is the way they title the horror stories in Crime Suspense Stories before they shifted all that stuff over to the horror titles. But what's special about this, aside from just being an incredible Ingalls EC title page, this is the second ever appearance of the Old Witch. The Old Witch first appeared, I want to say, Crime Suspense number 2. Mm-hmm. But Haunt of Fear was also going on. It was its own title at this point, so it could have been there. But I believe it was Crime Suspense 2. So great, just great, huge image of the Old Witch by Ingalls. Maybe, the preeminent horror artist of his era. I mean, without Ingalls, there's no Wrightson, and without Wrightson, there's so many artists. So his influence looms large, and it's a great EC title page. And early, it's 1951, so early on in the EC pantheon. But yeah, just spectacular piece.
It's beautiful.
Another cool one is Werewolf by Night number 12. So this cover was penciled by Ron Wilson and inked by Ernie Chan, but underneath that, all the blue pencil underneath was the original layouts were by John Romita. So it's Romita, Wilson, and Chan officially. I love the effect of this cover. I love the werewolf in the rearview mirror. I love the terrified faces on these two people. I really like Chan's inks actually on this cover. I like it a lot. It's a really nice horror cover. I like to go from a 50s horror by Graham Ingalls to a 70s horror by Romita and Ron Wilson and Ernie Chan. It's very cool.
It's a very classic EC Comics feel to it.
Yes, it does.
I like that. Yeah, and Chan's inking does actually work really well there.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to start moving faster, so apologies, because we only have about half an hour left. And I'm going to try to not drop artwork. This is the splash page to Giant Size Spider-Man number 4. Giant Size Spider-Man number 4 being the 3rd appearance of the Punisher. So while sadly the Punisher does not appear on the splash, his name does. So Spider-Man and Spidey and the Punisher together. So what's unique about that is that in Punisher's first 2 appearances, he wasn't a villain, but he also wasn't quite a hero. So this is the first time Punisher teamed up with a hero, and it's Ross Andru and Mike Esposito. The classic Andru Spider-Man splash. I love the dramatic down angle of Spider-Man climbing up the side of a building. Pretty nice down shot into rooftops. And what I think is great about this piece, and your mileage may vary on how much this matters, but this piece was gifted by Andru in 1975 when it was made to the person who consigned it. So he'd had it since he was a child. He was 8 years old when this was given to him. And so it's never been for sale before. It's never sold. It was gifted and now up for auction. So 48 years later, this will finally get a new owner, and it's a really great Spider-Man splash by Andru from the mid-70s. I think it's fabulous, and I love the story. I like stories like that about artwork just sort of appearing seemingly out of nowhere. I don't know, I bet you there's somebody out there who's been looking for that splash and wondering where it was.
Yeah, I might know somebody probably who's wondering too. But no, it's obviously pretty cool, and you never know where art's going to turn up. We talk about that on the channel all the time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're all one of a kind, and honestly, up until the 90s, they didn't have a whole lot of value. So giving a piece like that away in 1975 was like giving a kid $25.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like that would have sold for a whole lot of money at that time. I mean, honestly, it might not even have been $25 in 1975. That page might have been, $10. As much as I complained earlier about being old, I wish I was a little bit older so I could have taken advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Conan art would have been more valuable back then in the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, when you look at the old ads, it's weird what was more expensive than what wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's like, Kirby pages, nobody wants those. But Neil Adams, those are $25. Or Conan pages,
always
those are $40. Next up, Jim Aparo, Brave and the Bold. So DC's version of Marvel's He-Man. Brave and the Bold, Batman and Supergirl. This is Pencils Endings by Aparo. We've talked about Aparo before. He was the Batman artist of my youth, so I will always have a soft spot for him. I love the way he draws Batman's face, always have. This is, classic. This is 1980. Classic DC. Supergirl's in her 70s outfit with the puffy sleeves. I dig it. Great. Aparo's great.
That is a nice one.
All right. Alex Ross. This is Immortal Hulk number 48. Alex Ross is, does what Alex Ross does, and just paints a beautiful cover. It's almost like he can do these in his sleep, but I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure it's actually very difficult. Again, good art looks easy, but is very hard. Great Hulk cover. I love it's all very Kirby-esque Hulk in the foreground, like sulking Hulk in the foreground. Great cover, vivid colors, really nice. It's purple and the green, very classic Hulk cover colors. Really beautiful.
Complimentary.
Eric Larson Spider-Man. Spider-Man 335. Got a lot of great Spider-Man on this page. Big full figure here, shooting the web, talking to this guy hanging upside down, capturing the guy in his web, and Spidey hanging from the web, and then a big close-up at the end. Larson Spider-Man pages, for people who don't know, Like I think pretty much all the most of the pages pre 1992 or 93 were lost in a fire at Larson's house. So anything that he hadn't sold at that point was destroyed, which is incredibly unfortunate. And he didn't sell a ton of them. So really, not only beautiful work from Larson, but unfortunately rare.
That's true.
And this is, I think, a great one. I love the different aspects of what you have. The full figure here and the big close up here, and I love the Larson webbing in the in this vertical panel, and I love a sound effect panel. I'm a big fan of a sound effect panel. Wham! Great.
And Zipatone, and right?
Yeah,
got some Zipatone on there as well.
Zipatone. Actually, a lot of it, the webbing looks like Zipatone, but it's actually come on. But the Spider-Man's face is a screen tone. I got Travis Cherry again, more Spider-Man. This is Superior Spider-Man #3. So technically not Spider-Man, technically Dr. Octopus as Spider-Man, but if it's hanging on the wall, nobody needs to know that. But again, beautiful work from Travis. Really, really beautiful. This is from 2018, but great color, great Spidey, great showing form without going crazy. It's harder than you think. And again, we talked about Travis before. Travis is great. This is a great one.
Yeah, that one's lovely.
This is Rich Buckler and Dick Giordano, another Brave and the Bold. This one, Batman and the Creeper. Another just great. And fighting a villain made of paper, which the Creeper fighting a villain made of paper just makes sense. But another great. So late bronze, 1981, still technically bronze. Batman cover, just wonderful.
We argue about when the Bronze Era started and the Silver Age started all the time.
I can tell you exactly when the Silver Age started.
Okay, tell me.
Detective Comics 225.
225. All right.
Martian Manhunter.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Flash. I've had that argument with a lot of people. I go Martian Manhunter because he was new. The Flash is a new version of the Flash, but it's a new version of an old character. And the Martian Manhunter, to me, represents a changing in the style of heroes. So that
makes sense.
That's where and they're only a few months apart. It's not like it's a huge difference. But for me, it's Martian Manhunter. Prove me wrong, people.
Marcus might try. You never know. Let's see.
Going back to before that, this is 1953. This is Lee Elias. Or Elias. Is it Elias or Elias? I'm not sure.
Elias, I believe. I love Lee Elias and stuff. Yeah.
So this is Witch's Tales number 18. It says number 10 on the cover. It is not. They just repurposed the title stat and changed it before it was printed. So there's a lot of patchwork on this cover, but it's all original art. It's a couple different pieces kind of puzzled together, but it's all original drawing. Except for the title, obviously. But Elias is amazing, and this is just another great 50s horror cover from one of the great 50s horror artists.
I agree. I've been in search of a nice war page from Lee for a long time.
Well, if you wanted a horror cover, you could bid on this one.
I know. I want a war, something war related. And that's rare for me to say, but I just think that was his sweet spot as far as just enjoying his artwork. So one of these days I'll find the right one.
Yep. More Bronze Age DC. This is World's Finest number 263. This is Ross Andru and Dick Giordano. So you got Superman and Batman and their super sons. Which I'm sure is explained in the story. But I like that but you can't exist. If you do, the world is doomed. Like, okay, that makes me want to read that story. And you got a nice Adam Strange down here. This is all original. So you Adam Strange as a backup feature, gets a little bit of the cover. These are these three are all original drawing. The Green Arrow down at the bottom is just a stat of the Green Arrow from the top, which this one wasn't actually on the cover. This one wasn't used. This one might not have been used either. They might have just used one of these wasn't used on the cover. I don't remember which one. They shifted things around, but either way, all original. Yeah, just great. Andrew Giordano's a real nice combination. I do like Ross Andrew a lot. So it's a nice cover. Next, another kind of rare. This is
that Keown?
Hulk 398 by Dale Keown. I mean, I don't know if you could find a more classic image of the Hulk by Keown. I'd like to see it. Just that classic, like head down, down shadow. Just that's when I think of Keown Hulk. That's what I think of, like that specific shot. And I have not done the research to back this up, but according to the consigner, this is, if not the first time, a very early example of Keown drawing that classic Keown pose. And you also have a great close-up down at the bottom. And so Hulk is regenerating. He had been sort of, like seen like sort of, I don't know exactly what happened. Again, I probably did read this comic in 1992, but it's been a minute. So Hulk is somehow deformed and he's regenerating into the Hulk. And
great page.
Yeah, this sequence is fantastic. This image of the Hulk is great. This image of the Hulk is great. I mean, you don't see Keown pages often, and you don't see ones this good barely at all. Like really, really excellent.
I love it. And hey, I don't want to make you feel nervous or anything, but Bob Layton is in the green room and he's watching everything you're doing.
I will wrap it up as quickly as I can. I only have about 100 pieces to go, Bob.
Yeah, I told you got till 9:20 Eastern. We can make this work.
All right,
we're going to show a Bob Layton piece, I think, at some point.
The X-Force #3, Rob Liefeld, Juggernaut, and Siren. Liefeld pencils and inks. X-Force 3. This is peak Liefeld. This is at everything going his way here. Huge selling. X-Force. Big book, and yeah, the artwork, you don't see it very often. This is almost a 2/3 splash. Juggernaut and Sirens. Yeah, really fantastic. All right, more Silver Age Kirby. This is Avengers #8. Kirby and Dick Ayers. This is so Avengers 8 is the first appearance of Kang. Kang makes his first appearance on page 4. This is page 3. So this is the arrival of Kang's spaceship. And on page, and the ship lands, and on the next page, Kang steps out of it. But so aside from the cover, this ship here is the first in-story appearance of anything related to Kang. And if we all know our Marvel movies, Kang is a major player going forward. John Buscema, Silver Surfer Judgment Day, Mephisto, Silver Surfer, and Nova. John Buscema. I mean, it's John Buscema drawing the Silver Surfer. I really don't think you need any more information than that. It's perfect. It's great.
Yeah, and that was a gorgeous piece. One of my favorites in the auction. Honestly, I really like it.
I'm gonna draw as quickly as I can. So this is by Darren Alk. This is a cover to a very, very rare comic. So this is a Namorita. This was a comic was made by Marvel as a promotional giveaway book for the Miami-Dade Police Department, basically to give away in schools to teach children not to do drugs. But yeah, the comic itself is worth $1,000. This was the cover to a very rare comic, and a really good cover, like really good drawing. You got, yeah, it's a really nice action cover. really good. 1993. More John Buscema. This is Avengers number 84. Got a lot of Avengers on this page. Goliath, Vision, Quicksilver, Black Panther, Scarlet Witch. Yeah, and again, it's excellent work. This is Buscema and Tom Palmer, really fabulous. Jeff Johnson, this is the cover to Wonder Man number 16. Little aside, the first piece of art I ever paid money for was a drawing of Wonder Man by Jeff Johnson. So I have a soft spot for these comics. It was not a published piece, it was just a convention drawing, but it was the first piece of art I paid money for. I got a beautiful Red Sonja cover by Jay Lee. This is Red Sonja, this is Dynamite's Red Sonja from 2019. But yeah, just beautiful. Jay Lee, another artist who just keeps getting better. Again, another guy. I was a fan of Jay Lee when he was drawing Namor with John Byrne in like 1992, but I didn't, but this is like next level. He got better, and he was good then. But beautiful, like dramatic and stark and compositionally wonderful. More Jay Lee. This is Sentry number 1. So first appearance of Sentry. This is towards the end of the issue when he's coming to terms with the fact that he's going to have to be Sentry again. Remembering everything and realizing he has to go back and be a hero. But really beautiful, moody work from Jay Lee. So Art Thibert, Cable number 2. So the second issue ever of Cable in a solo title. Got a lot of drawing, a lot of Cable, a lot of drawing. Great 90s Marvel cover. Just like really, really nice, very, very of its time, but also very cool. Mignola. This is Kolshai the Deathless number 6. So you got big image of Kolshai and then Hellboy featured, getting ready to punch him because that's what Hellboy does. He's going to say, "Oh crap," and then he's going to hit him with his big hand. But nobody draws that better than Mignola. Great. Got a couple of pages from Sean Murphy. This is Curse of the White Knight number 2. It's Batman and then a big image of Azrael in a beautiful intro shot of the Batcave. And nobody does environments and architecture and machinery quite like Murphy.
Or cars.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's included in machinery, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've talked about Sean before. Sean's great. I'm a big fan. It's another one. This is White Knight number 3. So from the first White Knight series, Joker and Harley were exploring an old abandoned building, but the most beautiful, like old rundown building you'll ever see drawn. And just again, this marvelous drawing by Murphy. The Marvel UK cover from Ron Wilson. This is Spider-Man and the Prowler. Prowler having a little moment because of the Spider-Verse movies, but yeah, really excellent cover by Wilson. Double page spread from the great John Paul Leon. This was the first book of Leon's that I took notice of. I mean, I was aware of him from Static, but when this Superman annual came out, it was like just from the opening page. This is pages 2 and 3, but from the opening, I was like, oh, this guy is something, an artist to pay attention to, and that was proven correct. He was fabulous, and it's unfortunate that we've seen all the work we're going to see from him. But this is marvelous. 1995. Yeah.
Well, you don't see too much come up from
John. You don't.
Anymore.
The series of Excalibur pages from Alan Davis. This is Excalibur 3 page. Just got a page from. This is Excalibur. Well, let's do it. Excalibur 50. It's great. Most of the team here. Rachel using her powers. Basically everybody's there. Nightcrawler, Kitty. I love those comics. Excalibur 64, another nice kitty page. And then a page from the Excalibur special, their first appearance. Megan running away. This is a memorable page. I haven't read this comic in 30 years, and I remember this page. But I also really like Excalibur. So, but yeah, so it's no shortage of Alan Davis to bid on. Got John Byrne from his X-Men Elsewhere that he was doing on his website for a long time. Great chance to get X-Men by John Byrne without having to take out a second mortgage. But yes, Angel, yeah, Angel, Kitty, Cyclops, Professor X, Storm. Yeah, got a lot going on, and honestly, it's still good drawing. John Byrne can still draw. No, I don't think anybody would question that. And maybe someday we'll get Marvel to publish these. I'd love to see it in a actual printed form. Okay, we got more Erik Larsen. This is a splash page from Savage Dragon Destroyer Duck crossover. Written by Steve Gerber with Savage Dragon and Gerber's Destroyer Duck. So this is the credits for this book say it's penciled by Chris Marinin and inked by Larsen. But Larsen, I think it's more layouts by Marinin and finishes by Larsen, because this looks like a Larsen page to me. I would, if somebody said that Larsen penciled and inked this, nobody would question it. So for me, that's what I see. We also have, if anybody's interested, we have a cover to that book that's available as for fixed price. We do also sell art at fixed price. So if you want to check out the website, we update that periodically.
Yes, you do. You have a full-on marketplace there, just as well as doing your event auctions.
Do. If Bob Layton does not terribly mind, I would love 10 more minutes.
Well, wait, why don't we want to ask him?
Sure.
We're enjoying the show. Keep going, all right?
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I love the Ross Andru page, especially. I never got a chance to ink Ross Andru. I was always so jealous. So that was like a real treat seeing that there. But yeah, go ahead. We're here. We're waiting.
All right. Thank you so much.
But Bill, don't ever tell me to show up early, okay? We had to set our alarms. Get up.
I'll you sleep in next time.
Get up at 8 o'clock in the morning to make the show, okay?
I'm sorry. All right.
I'm
learning.
Show.
Let's go. Thank you.
All right. Let's get back in. We got 10 minutes.
All right. Eduardo Rizzo. This is Logan #2. This is the series that Rizzo did with Brian K. Vaughan. A beautiful cover. A really good series, too. If you've never read it, it's a very good 4-issue Logan series by Brian K. Vaughan and Eduardo Rizzo. Marvel published every issue, color and in black and white, which was nice because Rizzo's work is so pretty in black and white. This piece needs opening. Sorry. This is Lionel Yu drawing the Hulk, tearing Wolverine in half. So this is from Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk. This is the penultimate, not penultimate. That's not the right use of the word. Sort of like the defining moment from that series where Wolverine gets ripped in half by the Hulk. You see it at the beginning of the story, and then it flashes back, and this is the whole sequence of events that leads up to Wolverine getting torn in half, and then Hulk flinging his legs up the side of a mountain. But really beautiful work from Lionel Yu, and just fantastic. Printed from the pencil, so there's no inks to this page at all.
That is savage.
Yeah, it's amazing. I really liked that comic when it was coming out, and I never thought I'd see this page in person. It's really wonderful. Written by Damon Lindelof, creator of the Watchmen TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie Wrightson Swamp Thing. Gigantic Swamp Thing head portrait, Wrightson Swamp Thing. I mean, that's all you don't need to know anything.
I love it. I've always wanted to get
more Wrightson. These are preliminaries from his Freak Show, the book Freak Show he did. Wrightson's prelims are better than most artists' finished art. So there's that. We got all new Wolverine cover by Bengal. We got a whole bunch of Walking Dead 1 variant covers. Gerhard Michael Golden, Julian Todino Todesco, Will Spertasio, Greg Horn. Sorry, I'm trying to get through as much as I can.
You're doing great, Micah.
I've got 9 minutes. The Deathlock Splash from Dennis Cowan. Just Cowan Deathlock might be my favorite Deathlock. Sorry, Rich Buckler, but
What issue is that from?
This is from Deathlock number 11.
Sweet.
1992. But yeah, really, really nice. You can decide which way you wanna look at it if you win it. The Silver Surfer 45 by Ron Lim. This is the second appearance of the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah, the Infinity Gauntlet first appears in issue 44. In issue 45, Mephisto steals it, and then it tries to kill him. So that's what's happening here. Mephisto is being strangled by the Infinity Gauntlet while it's on his own hand. So, classic Infinity Gauntlet. Got a couple, we got Thor, Ron Friend's Thor from issue 411, which is the first appearance of the New Warriors. They appear at the end of the issue, but it's a beautiful work from Friends and Joe Sinnott, Juggernaut and Thor. Juggernaut is throwing a bus at Thor in the final panel. Never want that to happen. Got Todd McFarlane Hulk page. Got a beautiful, this is Delirium from Sandman by Glenn Fabry. This is a commission. This commission is better than a lot of covers. Really, just a really, really, really good painting by Fabry. All right. This is something special. This is Kurt Schaffenberger. This is the first version of the cover to Captain Marvel Jr. number 71. The published cover is slightly different. Schaffenberger redrew it for whatever reason. It's exactly the same. It's just slightly different drawing. This cover was drawn first. But Fawcett art from the 40s is incredibly rare, and covers even rarer than that. So even as an alternate version of the cover, it's still a remarkably rare piece of 40s Captain Marvel Jr. art by Schaffenberger. It's cool just to have it around. Like, I love Captain Marvel Jr., so for me, just a wonderful piece.
Yeah, you don't see pieces from that era come up too often.
No, almost never. I mean, there's so few Fawcett covers that are even around. And so even to see one like this, it's just incredibly rare. And a really classic Captain Marvel Jr. image. I love that he's holding up his own name. Yeah, really, really great. Yeah, I mean, any art from that time period that even exists at all is shocking. You know, again, as we were saying before, it had no value then. So, you know, the fact that they kept any of it. This is a really, really cool. So this is by a Disney artist named Hank Porter. This was one of a series of drawings created by Disney artists for the military to use as squadron insignias for various military units. So this was a drawing of Donald Duck that was used by the military during World War II. This would have been stenciled on trucks and planes and all sorts of uses in the military. And these are very, very rare to find these drawings. Bill Sienkiewicz Moon Knight from Moon Knight 18. Got Ryan Stegman, Immortal Hulk number 50. This variant cover is the first appearance of Starship Hulk. This includes the Stegman's pencils and J.P. Mayer's inks, both included. Got the Betty Page by Jim Silky, I don't know.
Silky.
Marcus, you can go to the website and see the Copiel pieces. You got John Cassidy, Astonishing X-Men. I love this series. I have a page from it. Yeah. So yeah, Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, Kitty, a lot of characters. Beautiful, beautiful work from Cassidy. Really like that comic. It's a little commission from drawing from Peach Momoko. And even something this simple, she can't help but make it great. Another really fabulous artist who is going places. I think you heard it here first. She's going places. Got a couple of Gene Colan, Howard the Duck pages, both fabulous. One from issue 17, one from issue 19. The issue 19 is where Howard the Duck gets turned into a person. So you've got Howard as a human, talking to a vision of himself as a duck, really great. And then this is him fighting. I think the guy's name is it's something silly. I forget. But either way, the guy with a big belt for a head.
Dr. Bong?
Something like that.
Yes, Chris Cirillo confirmed it. Dr. Bong.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. Got Jeff Darrow, big guy in Rusty, really great. This is early. This is probably from the 90s. It's on Vellum. He doesn't do that anymore. He hasn't done that in a very long time. But yeah, excellent. Stuart Immonen. This is Ultimate Fantastic Four #9. These covers were all digitally sort of painted for publication, so the pencils are the finished artwork. Really beautiful from Immonen. This is a double spread. If you trust me, I'm not going to open it. It's double spread from the Secret Worlds Battle Worlds by James Stokoe, another artist I'm a big fan of. I have a page from this story as well. Silver Surfer, and on the other side here, he's coming across sort of the corpse of Galactus. It's a thing, but beautiful. Go to the website, look at the whole thing. It's beautiful. Stokoe was great. Keith Pollard, Fantastic Four, Human Torch fighting Dr. Doom.
That's a nice page.
Great. Yeah. Fantastic Four 318. Salvador LaRocca, X-Men #180, Polaris. Rob Liefeld's Captain America from the Heroes Reborn. There's a series of great Paul Ryan Fantastic Four pages. The Thing fighting another thing. You got Human Torch fighting Oculus. You got Dr. Doom. You got Reed Richards possessed here, being evil Reed Richards, trying to hide his evilness from Sue.
You're doing great, Micah.
Just a few more. Jim Mooney Supergirl from Action #304. Really cool. Jim Mooney Supergirl. There's a good comic. The variant cover to Death of Wolverine #1 by John Tyler Christopher. A beautiful John Buscema Conan page. I like everything about this page. It's great. Let me just get to a couple more things. Avenging Spider-Man #9. This is the first time Carol Danvers takes up the Captain Marvel moniker. So this is her first appearance as Captain Marvel in the interior of the book. It's a great, a 2/3 splash. It's a really great big image of Captain Marvel, Spider-Man there too. Bruce Timm, Black Queen, beautiful drawing by Bruce Timm. Bruce Timm. It's good.
They're revolting in the chat. They said 1 more minute, they're going to unclick the like button. So, unless Bob
Nick Darrington Doom Patrol cover. Batman Annual #17, Eduardo Barreto. Great last panel. Just Barreto's fabulous, but that last panel of Batman is killer. Let's see. A couple of Brian Hitch pages from Captain America Reborn, including his retelling of the death of Captain America. So it's the scene of Cap getting killed in Captain America 25, retold from different angles. Really great. Great work from Hitch. Let's see. Anything important.
Bob Layton time.
All right. I think.
Don't you have a Bob Layton piece of art in that?
I was holding that for last. So we have this Dr. Solar.
Oh, that was the thing I did for IDW.
This was
IDW. No, I did it for Dynamite, rather.
This was for Dynamic Forces.
It was a poster that never got printed.
I think it was printed. I
never got one.
It online. I found a picture of it online.
Giving out comps? What's wrong with them?
But either way,
I mean, any excuse to bust Nick, you know, he's a buddy. But no, it's like, yeah, I thought it was never printed. Personally, I don't know.
Nick's in the chat.
Nick is right there.
Nicky,
He remembers it.
You're online, Nicky. Did you ever publish that?
We're gonna find out. Nick has all the answers. Oh, look!
All I know is that if I was going to buy a piece of Solar art, all right.
What do you
All right.
It didn't come together.
Well, there's only two artists I would want Solar art by, and Bob is one of them. So
thank you.
And the other one is, you know,
Barry. Yeah, of course.
Ideally, both of you. Actually, one of the few pieces of art I regret selling, I had a page of, it was a page from Archer and Armstrong, I think, was Smith with your inks on it, and I sold it because sometimes I'm stupid.
You know, I can't draw Solar without inking it like Barry, you know, in style, because Solar to me is always Barry, you know. And since he taught me how to ink him, whenever I do Solar, any of the Valiant characters, I automatically go into Barry mode, you know, with my inks. It's just, that's the way it lives in my head.
Well, you know, Bob, I always, you know, it's silly to think of you, I think of you as a penciler primarily, but you inked years and years and years and years and so many different artists. I mean, that's true. I mean, you had to be flexible like that.
Oh yeah, no, it depends on the person too, which artist it is, what technique I would use, you know. Iron Man, obviously, I would use a very technical thing, but Barry was all organic. Everything was organic, even the building. So it was a totally different approach. He inked a job of mine when he was disabled for a while. I penciled an issue of Iron Man. I laid it out for myself, and he came in and inked it. I forget do you know what issue it was? The one with the newspaper cover. But he inked over me and changed my life, because I saw he just naturally corrected all the things that I did wrong, and it doubled my capacity as an artist. It was amazing.
But Bob, I mean, you were a veteran at that point. How could you have done anything wrong that Barry Windsor Smith would have been able to illuminate for you?
He just had a different way of approaching stuff. Yeah, this issue, what was it? 243. That he inked over me. I inked over him at the epilogue to Armor Wars, and then a year later he inks over me, and it just like a light bulb came on, because he just naturally fixed the things that because let's face it, guys, style is what you do consistently wrong. Someone says, "Wow, Walt Simonson or Jack Kirby has a distinct style." Well, it's because they create a language, and if that language is consistent with it, even if it's not realistic, it becomes style.
That's true. I feel like we're in a master class with you, Bob.
That's exactly what I was teaching.
I'll let you guys get your regularly scheduled programming. Let me just do a quick wrap up. If that's cool.
Yeah, no, listen, Micah.
No. It's all good. I'm on your time now. You're not.
No, Micah, we came in late. So what are we? You're showing all these pages. Can I buy all of them?
You can bid on all of them.
Oh, is that what we're doing? We're doing an auction thing?
Yeah, they have Comic Connect has an auction ending next Monday for original art.
So ComicConnect.com. Okay. Sorry?
No, Bill, did you like the way I slid into the plug?
I did.
Very subtle.
Natural, Bob.
You really hammered it home by explaining it.
No, because I came in late. I really wasn't sure why we were watching all these wonderful pages go by, you know?
The website is under my name.
What? Well, yeah, but okay, like I said, I'm a seller, not a buyer. Okay,
understood.
So I'm not sure what we were doing here. So now, not only am I clear, but now everybody watching knows where they can go off. You know,
that's true. We did have a lot of people join us after the beginning of it, so that is true. I should remind people periodically what we're doing.
But Bill knows I'm the least informed former cartoonist in the world. Half the guys you're showing I never heard of.
Sometimes I learn about them when the people come in.
Oh, do you know who that guy is? Who's that guy? Who's Sentry? I don't know. Like I said, I'm a seller, not a buyer, man. You know.
Yeah. Well.
So anyway,
thank you.
Our auction is Monday, 7:00 Eastern. ComicConnect.com. You can go see all of the art of the website, including lots of pieces we didn't get to, and not. I mean, lots of pieces also that I knew, there's a lot. There's like 300 pieces of art in the auction. It's a lot. But you can see everything there. You can linger on them. You can look at them for as long as you desire.
That's true. Hey, Micah, you know what? I got a reminder for you though too. Make sure you send me something I can send out as a sponsored email tomorrow for you guys.
I will do that. You will
right.
get that from me tomorrow.
Because there are a lot of schmucks like me that don't know what's going on, but would love to have one of those pages,
True.
man.
True. We're missing out. We're missing out on all the Bob Layton bidding action.
Yes, we are.
Well, I'm just saying that I mean, there are a couple pages there. Like,
There's a great Solar drawing up for you can bid on.
Yeah, really? Should I buy it back, Nick? Consider Nick's rate. I could probably get a discount on it by buying it back.
But anyway, thank you everybody for watching, and thanks Bill, thanks Bob, and
Nick, I love you, man. You know that.
Everybody loves me.
That is true.
Yeah.
And
the auction is Monday. I'll be at the Jersey Art Con next weekend, and Baltimore in September. Happy to talk about art. Happy to talk about consignments for future auctions. Our next auction is in November. Happy to talk about that. I'm happy to chat about art. I can do that all day, as Bill painfully knows.
Yes, the next time we will have a show dedicated to the Comic Connect auction. I guarantee it.
Thank you again. Monday night, 7 o'clock Eastern, comicconnect.com. Thanks again.
It was an absolute pleasure watching you display.
I appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
All right,
Thanks for
Mark.
eating up all my time, brother.
Good night, everybody.
See ya. Hey, Bob.
Let's run the tape, Bill.
Yes, let's run the tape, because usually we do the tape and then we jump into it. But we gotta watch we gotta watch this thing to see what you had to eat this last week.
What Cass put together this week.
Yes, here we go.
So where in the world is Bob Layton? Speak out when the company does something shitty, and AI won't do that.
All right, so this, what I'm having is soup. This is blood sausage. Mm-hmm. Okay, whose blood?
Pig.
Okay, good. All right. So here we go. Oh, hot. Not bad. Good blood. Okay, so I ate the blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Intestine.
It's pig intestine, which I can actually digest because it's not muscle tissue, right?
Right.
All right, so I'm going to put this in my gob, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's some good poop shoot. Yeah.
Poop shoot. Yeah. Soul Comics Week.
When is that, Joey? Tell our audience, tell our viewing audience, when is that?
That is August 19th through 25th
All right.
at the Sumsu Megabox.
So if you with purchase, you will get one of these rascals right here. Okay. Whoa. Okay, that looks good. All right, let's check it out. Hold it up so we can. All right, let's check the weight on that. Oh, that's nice. Okay, it's got a bleed, full bleed. Beautiful, huh? Getting a lot.
nice color too.
Well, yeah. Hey, So there you go. There's the free giveaway gift with purchase. This is the theater where we're going to do the big event. Check this out.
So that was a pretty busy week.
Just another week in Korea, man.
Blood Plastids.
What do you think of that venue? This is where we're going to have Seoul Comics Day. What do you think of that surround video venue?
Well, I was going to ask you. I mean, now because that was on one of the dates, right? Is what are they showing there at the?
It starts today. My press conference. The Hope
Media Day.
Day starts today.
Okay.
At 5. I'm there from 5 to 8 with all the press, TV, radio, all that stuff. And then the actual thing starts tomorrow. But that's the venue that I'm going to be signing in. That thing.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
The 180 screen will have my promo video that Jason Spriggs made for me running the entire time.
I can't wait to see where in the world Bob Layton is next week.
These Koreans are amazing. They go all out, man. Well, this guy goes all out too, you know. By the way, that's normal poster size. It's just that Joey's 6'6", so it looks small in his hands. But
Bob, did you know you were going to be this busy when you got to South Korea?
I had an idea, but I didn't think it would be like every single day. But you know, like dinner with Jonathan Kim, my friend Christine Yu set up. Because I want to work with Korean producers here, and Jonathan and I had a very productive conversation over dinner there. You know, he was like a wonderful guy. You know, he was involved in Old Boy, one of the classic Korean films, right?
Right.
That was a wonderful thing. A lot of stuff that just organically happens. Dancing with Suye just broke out after.
Best class.
Yeah, because I just said I was showing this video of people tangoing in Paris, and just spontaneously I said, "Let's tango." She's all right, so we danced. But the Koreans here, oh my God, they're so amazing, man. I mean, they've been so welcoming and excited about me being here, and we're just going balls out, man, as they say, to make this thing happen because we want to draw attention to American comics here in Korea. And that's what we're doing. We're using my connection to the Iron Man cinematic universe, right, to bring people into the shop and get them interested. That's why the Korean version of Armor Wars comes out this week. We have a copy already. Cool. We have a copy of they released it with knowing I was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in Korean, so people can read it for the first time here in Korea, you know. And it's the poster. I actually paid to have the posters made. Because I said, I want everyone to leave that venue with something in their hand, signed by me, you know? So we made the posters with the Korean logo on it, and I paid for it myself.
Are you signing them all before everybody gets there?
No, I'm going to sign them as they get them, but yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Joey can attest to it. These are bought and paid for by me.
Yeah, Joey makes every poster look smaller than it should.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, here's the actual scale.
There, look how big it looks in Bob's hands.
Yeah, but he's just a gigantic guy, so it's like, I said, "Oh my God, it looks so small. There's no scale." So here is the Korean version of Armor Wars that's available now. We'll have that at the show, as well as Joey's going to have a ton of comic books for newcomers and all that sort of thing.
Yep. We'll sell a lot of the store exclusive variants, and we're also planning private signings. And part of the private signing after the show will be a G-Clay print of the Hall of Iron.
And that was those.
Eat your heart out, America.
What are we're missing out on here?
What's that?
We're missing out on a lot here in the States.
Well, that's true. But, again, we knew the job was dangerous when I took it,
Yes.
You were the thing is, because I'm trying to help Joey here draw interest, because there's very little interest in American comics. And so the more we do to get people into the shop here, because this is the only American comic shop in Seoul, in the entire country. So, and we get them hooked by stuff like this or whatever, they know this Marvel Cinematic Universe. And when people find out my connection to Ant-Man and Iron Man and War Machine, all that, they lose their minds, because everybody, Koreans are starstruck very easy.
So how was that the art master class that you did? How did that turn out?
Well, the art master, I did the storytelling one last week, right? And then the art class was a little smaller, obviously, because there are less people interested in being artists than there are people, being writers. But it was very, very productive. I did my rules of thumb. I always had these rules of thumb that I used when I was teaching people that I've developed over the years. And, it was really amazing, Bill, because you start telling them these easy ways to approach drawing a page, and you see the light bulbs go on, and it's just like, oh yeah, wow, it's like, and it's just how you explain it and teach it, So apparently, over the years, I've been able to condense it down to like 90 minutes of easy ways to approach a blank piece of paper. So they got a lot out of it. It was a lot of fun.
So what are you going to be dining on this next week that is going to,
all right. You ready? Well, tonight we're
blow our
going
minds.
To a soft tofu place.
Yeah, we're going to Sundubu Jjigae place.
Yeah.
It's not too squeamish.
Okay, listen, the blood sausage and the intestine. Now, I'm a pescatarian, right? I can't digest meat, muscle tissue. But internal organs are not muscle tissue, so they cook them, Jesus out of them anyway. So they're really easy to eat for me. The blood sausage actually was really good. I got to tell you, that it's seasoned. It's really wonderful. This week we're going to do larva.
Is it cooked?
Well,
yeah, it's like
not that it helps.
I'm just thinking, if I was going to eat a larva, it better be cooked and seasoned.
Tune in next week, guys, for Bob eating insects.
Ooh, okay, well that does make me a little squeamish, but
oh, I can't wait, Bill. My goal here is to get you to actually barf on camera.
You may just do that next week.
A soup made out of congealed pig's blood, and it's actually really good too.
But
that sounds delicious.
What kills me is Casper's not even editing this stuff. He's just putting the raw footage right out there,
Yeah, well, he's throwing it to me, and then I kind of have to pick and choose what I use with. I don't have a lot of direction.
You used pretty much everything I sent you this week.
Yeah, well, I left out. There were a couple of things I wasn't quite clear what they were, and so I was like, I could probably skip that. But
you want more girls? We can get more girls.
More girls is always good. Yeah.
Okay,
so
good.
Yeah,
we have lots of pretty girls here, so we can add more girls. Okay.
That sounds good for me.
All right.
So everything really gets.
So Joey, tell them what we're doing this weekend.
So this weekend is the start of Soul Comics Week. It's going to go for 7 days. So it's Saturday through the following Friday. Because you can see the venue, although it's really impressive, it's not like a convention venue. It's not enormous. So we just schedule lots of different programs. So we'll have everything from, we'll have some live drawings and stuff like that going on with actually students of Junkie Kim's that are coming. And then we have a magic show. and we have several signings and things like that going on.
So it's a whole huge festival,
Yeah.
not just the Bob Layton show.
Yeah, we also have some of the movie translators, the guys that write the subtitles, because here, some of those actually become kind of stars as well.
Yeah,
because, for example, some of the Avengers movies, they weren't very well translated, and that affected people's enjoyment of the movie. While actually Deadpool was translated so well that a lot of the humor translated too. So that guy became a superstar subtitles writer, and people will look and see, oh, is he writing the subtitles? Well, maybe I'll go see it, because he's almost like a co-writer of the show.
Yeah, because you can understand it. If someone doesn't get the joke, they're sure as hell not going to translate it right.
No.
You
Well,
know?
we watched a lot of manga in the house, and I can tell you when the translation almost never matches the the English conversion ever. I mean, I get
know
more
enough
enjoyment
about
reading the translation than I do listening to it.
I know
I
enough
can't-
Korean, so I'm watching K-dramas. I can tell. I go, that's not what he said.
Well, I guess
Well,
I guess the people that saw the Barbie movie and they were laughing at parts that nobody else is laughing at here because the gags didn't translate at all. So
Well, so hey, Bob, so you are doing something all 7 days of the comic
If
festival?
he has
in Seoul?
anything to say about it, yeah.
he has 2 days off during the week.
Thank
He
God.
won't be there Monday and Wednesday. So
Well, see, you get a
And then-
break. You get a little break in there, Bob.
Yeah, but then after that, we head to Osan for the USO,
second
the
USO.
second
appearance.
USO appearance. But we'll have another show with you before then.
Before that one, right? Okay, I do recall seeing that image, and I didn't put it into the slides, but that's going to be cool. So, all right, well, gentlemen, I'm sorry I gave it was a late start. That was my fault. It won't happen
No,
again.
that's fine. It's just like I said. I'm not good at waking up early in the morning. I live a boss's life, baby. You know what I'm saying? I never set my alarm for anything. So I have to set my alarm for you in order for I to get up and meet Joey here at the shop. So I'm going to go back to bed.
No point. Nothing to do until 5 o'clock, right? And then you're going to go.
Listen, I know I busted. I got to tell you before I go. I busted Joey's balls terrible over the weekend because he was posting in Korean about Seoul Comic Week, and my name translated in Korean to Tom Layton. So when they all showed up in America, Facebook automatically translates, right? So I'm looking on Facebook, and there's all these things announcing Tom Layton appearing at and I'm like, Tom Layton. Who the hell? I just texted, who the hell's Tom Layton?
Joey got
So
that
it's a
corrected
running
right
gag
away,
here
I'm
now.
sure.
I almost wrote when I was writing our name in there. I almost wrote Tom Layton. I was thinking about that, but unless you're in on the joke, you probably would have corrected it.
Well, I don't know what to say about that, Bob. But I'm sorry.
It's just life in the big city, man. What can I tell you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Listen, Bill. Thank you as always. Thank you for all the guys who tuning in and keep following all this. Apparently, my sister's been watching too. So it's like, so anyway, we'll see you next week.
all right. We'll be.
Barely
Wait,
tired,
listen,
but
you
I'll see you
enjoy
next
this week, Seoul Comics Week, and it all starts for you tonight at 5 p.m. local time.
That's right. Thank you for the plug, Bill.
You got it.
We'll see you next week, guys.
Oh man, I love hanging out with Bob and Joey. They are a perfect pair over there, and it's hard to imagine the only comic shop in all of South Korea that has U.S. comics in it. You would have thought, I don't know. You would think in most countries there's got to be more than one, right? And but I'm glad Joey's doing it, and he's hanging out with Bob. This is Bob's longest stop in his major tour here. I think he's there through the end of the month, and he's going over to Thailand, and then he's going back to Europe, and he's a jet setter, definitely. But yes, and I hope some of you appreciated me slipping in the Jay and Silent Bob reference there. It was funny. They even said "yeah," just like Bob did when he tried the intestine. So poop shoot, yeah. As soon as I saw that, I was reminded of that scene. Anyway, so
I've got Chuck Arnold is going to be my guest art selector, and like we did with Jason, I was talking with Chuck, and I said, would you like to come on early, just like I did with Jason, so I'm not playing favorites, so he doesn't feel like he's second fiddle to Mr. D'Ambrosio, and he said he'd join me, so here we are. Chuck,
we're all second fiddle to Chris Snorik.
Okay.
And Jason D'Ambrosio. I don't have any fancy X-Men art to show off tonight. Boy, is Bob Layton a character in an 80s like comedy movie, like played by Mark Harmon? What was that movie? Where Moving Violations or something? He's like the teacher. No, it's Summer School, where he's like he'd be like the cool teacher. Like you see him going out and he's surfing in the mornings.
He's not like the the hall monitor cop that the kids are always pulling pranks on. No, he's too cool for that.
He is way too cool for that. He is a character. Boy, he's something else. All the things that he's done and seen in comics history, and then he gets to take a trip around the world and be an evangelizer, which is a pretty cool way to spend retirement, I would say.
Heck yeah, they just got to get his name right. But I agree. I mean, it seems like Joey really had a good game plan for him. He's got the right venue for him to do those master classes. And what was the other thing? I mean, he's got Soul Comic Week. He got to do the USO a couple weeks ago. He's doing the USO again before he leaves. I mean, how fun. I mean, and it's funny, like just having him pop in that one moment when he was looking at the artwork that Micah was showing, when he mentioned that Ross Andru was somebody he always would have liked to have inked. You don't think about Bob as an inker, at least I don't. I mean, I should. I mean, given the fact that he really did ink a lot of people, he's one of those pencilers like a Bill Sienkiewicz, right? Who's done so much work as an inker and as penciler, primary artist. I mean, it's just, we don't have too many people like those guys out there that are that versatile, or probably would be willing to be that versatile as part of their career. And Bob definitely, man, I mean, that's why he's Bob Layton.
I always thought he had a very in a sense, kind of like Tom Palmer. Whenever Bob Layton would ink somebody in 80s Marvel, you would know it was Bob Layton. And some of those Iron Man comics I remember. And this would be before I collected comics very much, but those are some of the ones that, like the Stealth Iron Man and, some of those books that people would just,
Thank you, Jason.
People would, bring those to school and you'd see all the different armors and everything. And so Iron Man and Bob Layton on Iron Man was always really a highlight. And then, Valiant stuff, whatever, but, his Marvel work was fantastic. Loved it. So where we going, Bill? Let's do it.
Well,
look, did you see? I had to match I just got this book, this giant X-Men book. So I had to match your big X-Men thing in the back. This is the Toshin X-Men book. Not to plug them, but it's they've been doing these wonderful reprints of the first, 16, 18 issues of each Marvel comic. So they've done Avengers, X-Men, Spider-Man, and Fantastic Four now, and they have a lot of original art, like a lot of beautiful scans in there, and then they've scanned the book from a real comic, and so it looks and feels like real comics. I mean, it's the most incredible reprint of these books that I've ever seen, and you can see it's pretty large. But
they just did that, well, not just recently, but the Frazetta book. I mean, I know that I wasn't aware of that they were doing these others too. Huh?
Yeah, so it's just wonderful, and they print the covers on glossy stock, and they print it just like it's the real comic. So it's and then they print it.
Do you dare tell me what that set you back?
You can get them. Yeah, they're $200 each on Toshin's site, but you can get them through I think I got it through Cheap Graphic Novels for $150. So
that's not bad then. Cheap Graphic Novels, is that a website?
It's called cheapgraphicnovels.com. They great price.
All right, everybody write that down. Cheap Graphic Novels. Every guy who doesn't like to buy the single issues, Cheap Graphic Novels.
Cheapgraphicnovels.com. They're kind of the same price as In Stock Trades. There's a couple of others, but they're usually, 30 to 50% off. I mean, they're deep discounts even on artist editions. I
Crazy.
got
I mean,
I
they're
have
really flexing their their wholesale muscle, right? I mean, if they're getting them at half price, I mean, so they're not getting the big markup. But I mean, I guess that's cool. That's somebody's business model. And hey, before we go ahead, I forgot. I saw this before the show even started. Detective 545 became a YouTube member of the channel. That is so nice. Thank you, Detective 545.
We need to have a YouTube membership drive.
We do. I only did it once with Albert Moy. Remember that time when we did the members only show?
Yeah.
And I never did anything after that. But that's a thought. I should do something. Well, it'd have to be a special. We'd have to have a special event. Members only special event, not just art sales. We did that once already. We have to come up with a different idea.
Could stream OAX.
Stream away there, yeah. For those of you who couldn't make it in person,
there you go.
Yeah,
I can't wait. It's coming up. Are you excited?
I'd like to say I'm excited. It ebbs and flows, right? It really does. We have Kazra and I are dealing with an issue of the hotel not calling us back on a few things. Just I'm sure they've got more important things like the stuff coming up this weekend, not something 6 months from now. Sure. But when you're in the heat of issues and trying to fix things or expand things, we're selling more room nights than we ever would have thought, and so we're having to adjust on the fly, and so we need them to we need them to be a little more responsive when we're like, sure. Hey, we ran out of rooms the day before, like the Friday night before, or no, the Thursday night, people coming in early because we didn't know how many people were going to come in early, how many people were going to stay late. So we've incremented the numbers, not as big as we thought we needed, but that's all. So it's like when we run out of rooms on Sunday night, we're like, holy crap, we need them to add another 30 room nights on there or something, and they just don't get back to us fast enough. But
has that been the biggest surprise so far?
Yeah, well, definitely. What's funny because we've seen some people who booked the hotel and haven't bought their tickets yet, but they wanted to make sure that they got their blocks in. So I didn't know all these different strategies, that people employ when they're going to shows. Like I'm on the fence, but I know I can cancel my room reservation 72 hours before and not get charged. So I'll book my rooms and I won't buy my tickets.
Oh wow!
And so I'm learning a lot. These are things that I never had to deal with Big Wow. So it's it's cool, but it's definitely not things that I thought I'd ever have to deal with. So there's all that, and just there's always something else going on. But all good stuff. I've talked with a few artists this week about pre-con stuff that they're very that they're open to doing, and it's more now just a question of like staggering. When are we going to roll out the next artist's pre-con offerings, and who's first, because I've got 2 good artists that are definitely going to be doing them, and they'll probably get announced more like 3 months out. I think that's what they want. Heck, right. I'd do it right now, but I think that it's smart to kind of stagger them, let people recover a little bit. We had the Kevin Nolan pre-con stuff that we did. And
I can't wait to see all of them. I hope we get to see everybody's I've got a couple coming, but I mean, I want to see the Sean Gordon Murphys and
exactly,
and whoever else, all the Mike Allreds, whatever Mike's doing. I'm sure he's doing as many as he can. He's such a fast artist, so I want to see them all.
Exactly,
everybody, and maybe we'll see them all on CAF eventually. But it's always fun to see things in person.
Very true. And it's fun. I was talking with, emailing with somebody who's going, and they were talking about how they were lining up, picking stuff up there. Like they were just like, I've got something coming from this artist, or I already bought it, and I'm not going to have them ship it to me. I'm going to pick it up at the show. So a lot of people are doing that. So yeah, I think that's cool. I think, I always thought that the show has a lot of potential to evolve and become things that I wasn't even expecting, just like with CAF. You never know how people are going to use the show as a tool to meet other collectors or facilitate art sales, trades, whatever. And Mikhail says that he already just did a bunch of great painted busts. We had some examples from before, right? Did I delete those? I left them in here. These were the examples we showed from last week. I still have these.
How great are those?
Yeah, they're
also
awesome.
I need to give a shout out to Mikhail because he picked up that Quietly piece for me at at from Joe Melchior at San Diego. Joe didn't want to. He was like, let's. Can you? I was supposed to originally go pick it up in Boston, and it didn't happen. And so I was like, just take it to San Diego, and I'll get somebody to send it to me. So thank you, Mikhail. I really appreciate it.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, those bus that Wolverine is that's incredible.
I know every time
What a cool,
I'd want to buy that one. I know it
Yeah.
doesn't look. I mean, it's like I'm going to show it again because it's that good. I'd be like, if I was going to get that Wolverine, okay, I'll buy it. But yeah, I haven't talked to Simon since we put those out there to see if how many people have picked them up or not. But everything's moving along. The bigger painted pieces I think were a bit of a challenge. I didn't think people really wanted to ship those or deal with picking them up or whatever. But these I think these are 12 by 16, something like that. So very, very good stuff. So what do I got for you? What did I load up?
What do you got for me, Bill?
I
what do you
loaded
got
up
to open? Let's talk. Let's chat. Let's talk some art.
We could.
I can't. I'm on an art hold right now. I don't know if anybody else is, but
I bought
a lot of art. I mean, and things just kept coming up. I got a Buscema, John Buscema. Finally, I've really just gone down a deep John Buscema rabbit hole. And there's so much John Buscema art, but I'm really happy with that piece that I got, the Wolverine page, inked by Al Williamson. But then, hey, do you want this quietly? And this thing comes up, and this I gotta and then all this great art is coming up at auction. I have to chill.
No, I am definitely in a holding pattern myself.
It doesn't mean I stopped looking at it though. I love it.
No, of course not. Yeah, that X-Men page from the last Comic Art Live is still stinging just a little bit. I picked up a few things since then, but yeah, I haven't sold anything. I promised Maureen I would sell a couple pieces after I bought that one, and I haven't been able to figure out what this. I don't want to sell anything.
What do you sell? What do you sell? And all these people, they sell all the time. They buy, they sell, they whatever. I even think about it. I'm like, well, what would I got some stuff maybe, but most of the time, I sold. When I went to Heroes, I took some quietly because I kind of focused more on covers. And so I took some pages and I sold and even ended up selling enough that I bought another cover. And then I came home and I was like, I shouldn't have sold any of that. I was like, why did I sell anything? So I don't know. But the things change, collecting changes, and you make your choices and decisions, and that's the fun part of it, isn't it?
It is. It's difficult. Yeah. See, James Siegel, he says, I'm going on Bill's calf right now, and he's going to start submitting unsolicited offers on things that aren't for sale, just to see if he can break me down. Because James Siegel is somebody who does not know what the phrase "on hold" means, because he's always picking up art. I don't know how that man does it, but
he's got a cool collection though. He's got it's some really great stuff in there. So good for James.
Yeah, Rick Welch, art hold equals buy the art so you can hold it.
Right.
Very true. But hey, I actually got I printed up some OAX postcard things. So
cool.
I've got those. So if anybody knows anyone who's going to a show that thinks they could put a few of these out on a few artist tables, especially if any of the artists attending OAX are going to be there, I'd be happy to send out a few here or there. So just let me know. But I'm setting a block on James so he can't email me through my calf. You didn't know that was a feature, did you? Okay, it's not. All right. But hey, you know what we can do? I've got a package here from Kelly Goon.
Cool.
I know Kelly wants everybody to see what his package looks like. So here it is, Kelly Goon. It's a one-hander. All right. So let's see. I had a blade here on the table. What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. So let's see. It's expensive to ship. This is a very light package, but it cost over $17 to mail.
Whoa.
Oh, this is one of those
priority.
Yeah. They probably have a fixed price on these, don't they?
Well, they have to upcharge because Berkey takes all the boxes and sends his art in it. So they have to charge all of the rest of the United States 2 or 3 times to make up for all those boxes that Berkey ships his art in.
All right. Yes, Kelly, you finally made it. Let's see here. Well, you've got it wrapped with painter's tape. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Well, doesn't make a noise when you shake it. Okay, 2 layers here. Painter's tape again.
Is anybody guessing what it is? I'm not in the chat. Looks like a hard drive full of secret documents. The plans for the Death Star.
There you go, right there. It's a Cyclops action. Is it an action figure? What is this? Is it posable? I don't know. I don't know. Marvel Legends. Huh. Well, that is a first. No one sent me anything Cyclops related yet, I don't think. So I've got my first. It's not a mask. Yeah, you wish it was a mask, Marcus. Hey, one of these days, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll have a mask in there. But no, this is awesome.
That's great.
Go ahead and open it, but it looks posable. It looks posable.
It looks
posable. All right. Well, that's I'm gonna probably put that like right there next to the MODOK. So I'll put it right there right now, and then I'll open it up after the show, and then everybody will get to stare at Cyclops every single night. But thank you so much, Kelly. I sincerely appreciate that.
I still have my little tiny 90s Cyclops, and his
I've
eyes
got one of
still
those.
light up.
They still light up.
Still lights up. What is that? 30 years?
That thing's
I don't
nuclear.
know. The Jim Lee. I don't know. I found it. Put it on my shelf.
I'm not putting a mask on. You guys are nasty, just nasty. But hey, you watched Dueling Dealers last night, and I'm sure at the intro you probably weren't paying attention to what I was doing, were you? I don't think was anybody paying attention to what I was doing in the background of the intro on that. Probably not. I didn't do a very good job of it, but I have a standalone clip of what I was doing in the background that I'm going to show everybody. It's not that good, but it made my daughter smile because she was the one who told me I had to do this. It was something she's been wanting me to do for a while. So I need a Cyclops visor. Peter Rowe, I actually looked for a Cyclops visor. I found something I'm going to buy on Amazon. So maybe next week. Was I picking my nose? Now, Marcus, that was not the right guess. Kazra noticed, but here, let's go ahead and watch this.
Is that a TikTok thing or something? What is that, Bill?
Did you like that the Thor hammer thing? I should have done more of that.
It was great.
I put my hand behind my back and pulled out a Thor hammer after the shirt pull. Yeah, that was. I was like, I thought of it halfway through, and then I thought, oh, I'm not going back and redoing everything. But apparently, it was some Ken doll thing. I don't know what the heck, but it had something to do with Barbie. So Gwen thought it would be funny, and I didn't edit it very well, but it still came out. The effect was there. I didn't watch the chat. What did you guys say? Everybody liked it. All right, extra points for the hammer. Exactly. And did you like when it hit the ground? It bounced back and was standing up. That was the incredible part. That was definitely not planned. But yeah, trying to keep it. We haven't had the opportunity to do any theme shows in a while, just because of our, it's con seasons. Anthony's busy, Sharon's busy. I'm working on OAX. Mike's the one with the free time, and he's not going to do anything. So yeah, I don't foresee being able to do too much, but we do have 2 that we want to get done before the end of the year. So you can at least look forward to that. But little bits like that just can keep things moving along. Those are the longest shorts I've ever seen.
Dueling Dealers is always fun, like watching Berkey and Anthony kind of at each other's throats. I don't know how you you handle it.
The lack of love in the room is definitely there between those 2. Still, after all this time. But it's funny, they get along after the show. They'll talk shop a little bit, but yeah, they definitely.
They must have done an art trade in San Diego, because that Buscema Wolverine page that Berkey had was Anthony had offered it on Dueling Dealers about a year before. So it's, you know,
I know they
must
did.
have-
I don't know what it was, but I do know that they did some kind of big deal in San Diego. But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have the.
it must have been
particulars on it.
something. I was like, oh, I know that piece. It's funny because we all see the same. We'll be like, oh yeah, I saw that on Heritage, or like we know where, you know, a lot of times we talk about it in the Discord. So if anybody hasn't joined the Discord, it's a great wave to ride. Just come on in. Murdoch's in there all the time, and Dan T's in there all the time. A lot of other Marcus.
I pop in every time it says my name has been mentioned in there, so I go ahead and I go in and look. I forget about it, man. I'm sorry. It's
well, if anybody wants to, like, even if you want to start a specific room, if you want to talk about Dave Cockrum art, we can start a Dave Cockrum room, and you can just go in there and yell and talk about Dave Cockrum all day, every day. I don't know. You know, that's the cool thing about Discord. You know, these message boards, they're all kind of, they just complain a lot. You know, and nothing wrong with that. People, that's the internet. You know, people are welcome to do whatever they want to do, but the Discord generally is pretty friendly. So everybody's just talking about what they got and what they want, and it's pretty cool.
I mean, it's not like the CGC boards or anything like that. There's everybody's happy.
Those guys, listen, those guys.
You know, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I give them a hard time. It's the 10%ers over there that I give a hard time to.
They you know, it's I think it's a smaller hobby, I guess, than everybody thinks that it is. So it's the same, you know, nobody likes everything to be as expensive as it is right now, but what are you going to do about it? Everybody going to cut their price? Is everybody going to just take really low prices for everything, you know, or, you know, I mean, and yeah, people flip shit things all the time. You know, let them give it a shot. Sometimes it works. Right. Sometimes it doesn't.
You're not always going to be getting something that hasn't been on the market for the last 25 years. It doesn't happen that often. So I don't know. But hey, we always need something to
don't let them be, you know, don't be surprised if somebody calls you out on it. Like if you're trying to flip, if we saw Anthony have that.
Glenn knows how that feels.
5,000. What's that?
So Glenn knows how that feels.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody sells something for $5,000 or has something on their site for $5,000, and then, you know, Mike has it on Dueling Dealers for $7,500. I mean, he doesn't care. You can see it just kind of rolls off of him. You know, right. Sometimes somebody will get under his skin a little bit, but generally, and I don't know him personally like you do, but I mean, in general, it's, you know, they're going to get what they can out of it. That's kind of the name of the game these days. So, but there's still bargains to be found out there. I find stuff. I mean, if somebody puts a Quietly page up for $12,000, I'm not going to buy it for $12,000. But if somebody, you know, if there's a fair market value, I'll set it.
Right, exactly. I mean, you're not bashful picking up Quietly pages. I know that you picked up
a lot of other things. Yeah,
but it is what it is. It's business, as Peter Rowe just said. It's true. I mean, it is. You know, I always say it. We as collectors are just like dealers. We value our stuff at its peak, right? We think it's up here always. We're never going to be like, oh yeah, it's an average page I got. Yeah. No. It's always going to be. So I don't know. We can fault dealers for whatever, but at the end of the day, we're all guilty of the same thing, by and large. I mean, there's probably a few altruistic collectors out there that don't feel that way, but I mean, I look at my stuff the same way. I'm like, this is probably the best, you know, whatever. Yeah. At any rate, hey, you know, since you're here, I got some of the teaser images for the Howard Chaykin art sale. That's
let's see them.
It's, you know, he does something different every time now. He does like, what was the last show he did? Like,
he did prints. He was stamping. I've got one right here.
Oh yeah,
yeah, this one.
Which one?
He was doing stamps. So.
Oh right. That's
remember, and so he made a stamp.
It was the theme. It was all like vintage, or not vintage, you know, period characters, right? It was like Doc Savage, Shadow, like you just said. And this one, it's like the babes. It's he's in a ladies mode here. So let's see, what did he do here? So they're probably the same size. I have no idea. He didn't give me scale on anything, but yeah, what do we got here? Black Queen and a Black Canary.
Look at that. Boy, that could be Alex Toth, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. Oh, definitely.
Except for the face, but
yeah, but the figure, I mean, just the way he's handled all that. Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
What do we Oh, that's Scarlet Witch in that weird costume of hers.
What is Does Howard know who these characters are?
I-
does he know? Does he know Scarlet Witch's latest costume? What
I
is
have
that?
I have no idea. He's I don't know. I'll bring. Hey, you know what, Chuck? I'll bring you in for like 5 minutes. If you'd like to talk
No,
with him.
no,
Oh,
no,
come
no.
on.
You ask him. You ask him.
Okay, I will. I don't mind.
I mean,
hey,
I listen. I've talked to Howard a few times. I think he's a wonderful human being, but you know, I don't. You know, look at that, Harley Quinn.
that's a nice one. Yeah, Howard. I could have a show with Howard every other month, and not even do art sale stuff. He's just fun to hang around with.
Well, he's such a good interview. I mean, really,
Mhm.
you know, Cosro made fun of. He was talking about me like being able to just talk because I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna say. He's like, Chuck, you talked for 3 hours. I don't think Bill had to say anything. But I mean, Howard, that's somebody that really can, and he's. I mean, I may be able to talk, but I'm really not all that interesting.
Yes, I do remember that, and I will never ask him that question again.
I don't think I remember that. But anyway, but Howard can really you know, wax poetic on just about any right. Exactly. And now he did one. That's Howard. Okay,
Yeah.
it's him.
It definitely is. But yeah, he keeps me on my toes and in stitches usually the whole time. So we got a Mystique and a Poison Ivy.
Mhm.
And what else we got? Sheena.
He's probably made a mental list of all the characters that he had no idea who they were that people asked him to draw over the years, and he's like, "See, you fuckers, here you go, you got him. Here's your big Barda.
Right.
Pay me."
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's probably true. And I don't know. So he usually sends me a few published pieces as well. So I would assume, you know, this is
That one's
part
nice
of the
too.
set.
It's Sheena.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a couple in here I wouldn't mind picking up. So, you know, we'll see. But so that's it's not this Saturday, the next Saturday. I've got Andy Kuhn on this Saturday. And
I didn't know who that was, but I looked his art up. His art's great. He's very good artist.
Yeah, we went through his art today and priced stuff up and everything. I mean, I wasn't as familiar with his stuff either. And the thing is, there's nothing on the market. He hasn't sold a lot. He sells a few things at cons. I think he used to be rep by Cadence back in the day, but you know, a nice Turtles cover, the whole team on it. So so we went through and did all that. So I'll be ready for the show on Saturday with him. It'll be interesting. You know, it's the first time you do a show with somebody. I always, you know, you're always nervous, but
Sure.
you know, we'll learn a lot.
Are his prices? Has he priced pretty fairly?
Pretty much. I mean, for what every once in a while I'd be, you know, I'd give him a price and he'd want a little bit more for it. And I mean, I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, I'm here to work for you. You know, if that's what you want, we'll find out, you know, because it's as is customary now, when we don't sell something, I always send out a mailing after the show and list what didn't sell. I mean, even with Brereton, we sold 5 pieces after the show.
So is that pretty typical? You'll sell a few more after?
Yeah, and of the 5, with Brereton, he let me say he'll take an offer on them, and I think one of the 5 pieces the person paid full price, and the other 4 maybe they asked for maybe like a 10 or 15% discount on them. One of the persons bought 2 pieces, so you know, I mean, it is an opportunity for those people who'd rather just kind of coast, wait for the show to be over, and if there is anything left over, give it a shot.
Well, that's somebody else that was really a great interview for you, Bill, was Brereton both times. He's an interesting individual. He's got a lot of good stories. He's and what a great artist. What a really great artist. I mean,
I agree. He's I mean, he's been around, you know, I mean, a long time. You don't know it, but I mean, he's had a long career. So and I love his stuff. And he's very content with where he's at too. We've talked a lot. I mean, when we call and go over his art prices, it usually takes like 2 hours because he has so many stories and he sidetracks himself. But he's like, if I was just doing this kind of stuff for the rest of my career, I'd be okay. He goes, but I still got some Nocturnals, you know, stories I want to do. But yeah, he's, you know, it's cool to be in a position like that, right? I mean, I don't know if I'll ever be in that kind of a mindset with work, but nice to hear that from him.
You have to think that anybody that we liked from the 90s has now been in the has a pretty long career in comics now, if they're still working in comics. Exactly. It's hard to believe. Like, you think about it and it just seems like yesterday that Nocturnals was coming out through Malibu. I want to say that was Bravura, or any of that Thrill Killer stuff that he was doing with Howard Chaykin,
Right.
that I loved so much. But and then there was another thing he did. Well, anyway, but I mean, that's been over 20 years ago now, so
Right.
it's hard to believe.
I mean,
Hard to
before I
believe.
got into the hobby of art collecting, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, yep, it is. It's crazy. But hey, let me show the schedule just so everybody is up to date on stuff. I think most of this you've already seen, but I do have, I'm going to have Zachary Baldus, who's a friend of Robert Berman's, an artist, on next Monday night. So we'll be chatting with him. It won't be an art sale, although I'll probably give you information on where to pick up some of his stuff. Then I've got Kelvin Mao on Tuesday next week, Chaykin on Saturday, JP Koyson on Monday. What have I added in here? Oh, we had the amateur dueling dealers match between Jordan and Matt. As everybody knows, Jordan is employed by a hotel chain in Hawaii, and so he's had to postpone things, trying to take care of some of the staff and whatnot. So when we do that show, we haven't decided yet. I just emailed Jordan and let him know. But any super chats we get during the amateur dueling dealer show, I'll give 100% of that to whatever charity Jordan wants us to put that towards. So, but that's been postponed until that's actually Labor Day. So it's an interesting day to have it. Hopefully people can tune in that evening. It'll be at 9:00 for that show. What else have I added in here? Jurgens got moved to the 18th of September. And of course I say 9/18, it should be 9/19 from Jim Amash. I added him recently, met him at Heroes, had a good talk with him. He seems like somebody you could have on a couple different times, because he's got a lot of stories. He's been in the business for a long time. And all the rest on there, I think everybody's aware of. I actually got some teaser images from Mike Oming too. So he's busy working on his show, which is still, I don't know, like 6 or 8 weeks out. But yeah, nice to see. And what do we got? Nick mentions that tomorrow night show, some of the arts will be helping Maui, and Smart will be for Jordan. Perfect. Yeah, it's awful, but it's good that we can kind of pull together. I know Steve Morger did some auctions through the Big Wow. He was the Big Wow Facebook group page. He had an Adam Hughes piece that they auctioned off, and I know a few others. So, yep. I mean, it seems like whenever there's I remember Katrina, there was a lot of artists that pulled together. I mean, so we have a very wonderful hobby that realizes when there's a need for funding one way or another, that people tend to pull together for that. So that's fantastic.
A great way to raise money too.
It is.
So
hey, as we know, Kevin Sharp has been doing these, a page I love with a creator. He's got several more in the can, and we've got one worked out with J.M. DeMatteis, writer, and it's not a very long one, but he makes some really good points in this one, and I had to tweak the audio a bit with him, so hopefully it's kind of balanced and everything. But it's a good listen, and it's about 7 minutes long. So sit back and enjoy this one. I might actually run and get another Zevia, because I think I've finished the one I've got in my hand. So here we go. Thank you, Kevin, as always.
Hey, it's Kevin Sharp. Today I'm joined by J.M. DeMatteis, the writer of Spider-Man: The Lost Hunt, as well as numerous other classic comics runs.
Mark, thank you for joining us on Comic Art Live.
Pleasure to be here.
Now, you have chosen one of the iconic covers of the Marvel Age.
Well, it's the cover to Fantastic Four number 48, which is the beginning of the famous Galactus trilogy, which is interesting, by the way. It's not really a trilogy, because if you look at the books, half the first book is the end of the Inhuman story, and the Galactus story in part 3 ends about half to 2/3 way through the story. They packed all that Galactus stuff really into about 2 issues worth of those 3 issues. But it's a cover, when you see a cover before you read the comic, it's a whole different thing. So when I was in junior high school, and I call it a religious conversion to Marvel Comics from DC, and my little brain exploded, and I started, going to this local, there weren't even comic shop, this local used bookstore, and buying back issues, spending like sometimes up to $3 on a comic book, which was outrageous, and I saw an ad with the cover to Fantastic Four number 48 in it, in one of those comics that I bought. And to me, the best covers are the covers that tell a story. I looked at that cover and I created a story in my head. It wasn't exactly the story that they told, but it was kind of similar, because if you look at that cover, it's one of the quietest covers you'll ever see. But it's filled with dread. The Watcher is standing there. The Fantastic Four is standing there. There are all these people behind them standing like on rooftops and things, and the Watcher's just pointing off into the distance. We have no idea what he's pointing to. We don't know what's coming. But that image just filled my head with an entire story, you know? And it stayed with me ever since. And in fact, I did an original series a few years back for IDW with Mike Cavallero called Impossible Incorporated. And I did my version of the story that I imagined in my head when I was a kid as part of Impossible Incorporated. Not the same story, obviously, but the same feeling that I got from that cover. So I love covers that will do that for you. That it's not. I'm not a poster cover. Once in a while is a cool thing. I think poster covers have taken over way too much. I like a cover that tells a story, and if it can tell a story that explodes your imagination, that you're imagining stories even beyond what's in the book, all the better. You know, so that's it. Still remains probably my favorite comic book cover of all time for that reason.
So were you when you would have found this, if you remember, where were you in your Marvel Comics journey at this point? Were you an FF? Okay.
Very early, because like I said, I was probably in the 7th grade, and I had been like a DC guy most of my life. Well, you know, that's not true. I read everything. As a kid, when I was a kid, there were no comic shops. You went to the local candy store, and there was everything. There were superhero comics, there were funny animal comics, there were romance comics, there were war comics, there were comics based on TV shows, there were Bob Hope and Jerry Lewis comics, you know? But in terms of the superhero world, you know, I was reading DC, and I remember being a little bit younger and picking up a copy of Marvel Tales #1, which had reprints of the origin of Spider-Man and a few other characters, and Avengers #1. And I was just too young. The stuff was too weird for me. The colors were lurid. You know, the characters looked monstrous. If you remember, the early Marvel covers had these big black borders around the balloons on the covers. It was like, it was just, I'm not ready for this. I like this nice, clean, pristine DC stuff, you know? But by the time I was in junior high school, Marvel was really picking up a lot of momentum, and everyone in school started, these Marvel comics. I said, let me go check them out again. There was a big Catholic church across the street from my school, from my house, not from my school, from my apartment house. And I was sitting on the steps outside this church reading these comics. And it was the perfect place for a religious conversion. I've converted now from DC to Marvel, although I have to say I would sneak some DCs in along the way, you know. But it wasn't till some years later when Kirby went to DC, they went, well, if Jack can go back to DC, so can I. So then, but it was then through picking up some back issues that I came across that ad for the Galactus story, and it blew my mind. And of course, then when I finally read it, you know, now we're so used to cosmic stories. There had never been anything like that in a comic book before. This you know, just the concept of the Watchers, then this guy that consumes entire planets, and then the Human Torch takes his journey across infinity to find this ridiculous gun that scares Galactus. You know, it's like it's amazing. You know, you have to put these things in context of the times. It's like when people watch Star Trek, the original Star Trek, and go, "Oh, it was so cheap." No, it was one of the most expensive TV series ever done at the time. The effects may look cheap to us now, but they were cutting edge then. So when you put these stories and what Kirby and Lee were doing in context of the times, it's extraordinary. You know, they were just breaking barriers left and right and doing things that had not been done before.
Well, speaking of Kirby, as our viewers are seeing this cover as we speak, looking at it now with your professional eyes, what does it do for you?
You know, I think it was Stan that once said, no matter what Kirby did, even if it was a hand turning a doorknob, it was dynamic. There was always energy. So here's this cover that in someone else's hands could have been really quiet and really boring. It's just a bunch of people standing there looking at something that's coming. But everything, every expression, all the body language, the tone, the mood, everything is yes, it's filled with mystery. It's also filled with dread. there's a sense of dread hanging over the whole thing, and it's dynamic. Even just the Watcher pointing his hand is dynamic, because Kirby couldn't do anything that wasn't dynamic, that didn't have energy. You could feel the energy in the quietest scene. And, you know, if I've always said, if anyone in the entire history of comics deserves to be called a genius, it was Jack Kirby, because he was. And the more time goes by, the more we see his genius. Every few years, I like to reread the New God stuff, because those are probably my favorite mainstream comics of all time. And they get better with time. And that's the mark of genius. You know what I mean? Some of the other stuff from the 60s, you go back, you read it, feels a little dated, and the New God stuff just gets deeper and richer as time goes by.
I can't think of a better note to end on than praising the genius of Kirby. Thank you again for joining us on Comic Art Live.
Amen. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that. You know, it was fun. I mean, we complain about the the covers of today a great deal, but I thought his point was really interesting when he said that, you know, he saw the cover and in his mind, it made him think about what that story could be. And that's what made him, you know, pick it up. I mean, and I think, you know, we don't have that today. We absolutely don't have it, you know, with Marvel and DC titles by and large. I mean, where you can actually do that. That's the selling point. Wondering what could be behind that cover. Today, it's just about whatever really can catch your eye. The largest chest on the, you know, Power Girl or something like that. You know, just you know, the things that sell. But I thought that was pretty. You know, and again, he ends up being a writer, right? But as a kid, it's that.
It's what you see at that age. I mean, you know, also, so you know, being, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, being a collector then, you know, when the Image guys came on and Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane and a lot of the older guys were like poo-pooing on them a little bit. But to me, that was the most exciting thing. And it was probably the same thing that they were doing to Jack Kirby in the 1960s, you know, that the Kurt Swans and the Murphy Andersons were, what's this hand reaching out and what are all of these things? So, you know, it's the age that it hits you at. Now it's old hat to us. But I think that's why, and the comics industry has changed quite a bit now, but you know, I mean, that's one of my picks in here tonight is me trying to, I at least want to be able to see what people see in some, it's the Peach piece that I picked, that's Rob's. And I saw it and I was like, okay, you know, because when we were over at Rob's during Heroes Con, we had this conversation. And I asked him, I was like, what is this? You know, I don't know Cosmic Ghost Rider. I don't know it from anything. And he talked to me about it. And I may have said this on the show before, but he spoke about it so interestingly and eloquently and excitedly. And I thought, you know, this is, you make it sound interesting. I want to look this up. I want to see this thing. So sometimes you just have to see things through other people's eyes. And that's one of the good things about this you know, this thing that you're doing with the pages, to see these pages through other people's eyes and listen to what they love and appreciate about it. So
yeah, no, very, very true. And you know, one thing I did forget to mention, Colin wanted me to remind us about a show that hasn't gotten a lot of PR. I don't think I've mentioned it before. Well, I know I haven't mentioned it before. And this is a show close to him that I think he's going to be attending. Maybe he's had a little hand in putting it together, but it's Plastic City Comic Con. It's in Fitchburg, Mass. It is this Saturday, right? August 19th. And it is from, what is it from? I can't see the hours on my screen because I've got some
10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Oh, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you. I can move something around. All right. Yeah. So, hey, anything that Colin's involved with or is supporting is definitely worth a look. I think they had a pretty decent guest list, you know, for a small show. What do they got? Larry Stroman, Paul Pelletier, Keith Williams, Will Murray, Keith Champagne. Who else we got here? Jim Lawson. I know that name. So, hey, hey, they're spending money on some artists to be there too. So, at any rate, Saturday, 10 to 5, Fitchburg, Mass, Plastic City Comic Con. That's I don't think I've heard of this one before, so I don't know if it's new or not. But thank you, Colin, for bringing it to our attention. And anybody else who's ever putting on a show or knows about a show that deserves a plug because they're trying to promote a local small show, please let me know. Always happy to spread the word as best I can.
It's interesting, the small regional shows. There's one in Memphis in it's I think in a few weeks in September, and it has some a really great guest list. It's Memphis Comics Expo, which is about 3 hours from Nashville, Memphis, Tennessee. Alan Davis is going to be there. I think Larry said he was going to go down there. I mean, they have a fantastic guest list for just a small, I mean, I've been to it before. I don't know much. But especially where they're having it now is kind of a strange. The first time they had it, it was a really cool location. And that's where I met George Perez for the first time, and Kevin Nolan. And so whoever puts it on there must really love comics and comic art, because they always have some really good artists there. So it's always good. I think Greg Capullo was there a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. So. Well, small shows don't have it easy. I can tell you that just from the little bit I've gone through. It's challenging. Big shows spend a lot of money. Put in crazy contracts and do sometimes exorbitant things to make things happen, which is great, but it pushes and makes smaller shows have a much more difficult time to meet expectations on things. So it is what it is. But
we had a Nashville Comic-Con, and so I was like, okay, I always try to support. There wasn't really many guests there, but I always try to support local comics things. Anyway. Mm-hmm. My wife and kid and I went. There were no comics for sale there. It was all, I mean, it was a huge show. There were lots of anime things there, but a Comic-Con is considered a different thing now than maybe it used to be.
That's too bad, right?
It is, isn't it? It used to be a swap meet. It was always fun. You could find things. Like that was even the thing at Heroes. Is I was like, nothing's cheap anymore. Like, and it's not just, I don't know. It's too bad.
All right, and Jason's reminding me, yes, Comic Art Con is on Sunday the 27th, probably 10 to 5 as well. Albert, Anthony, Will, Glenn, Bashara, probably too. Who else goes there? Jason, Savage is there. Hans will probably be there. So for those of you into vintage art, there won't be any artists there, but tons of original art from all periods.
Who's Burns guy? What's that? I can't remember the guy's name. And Matt.
Jim
Warden.
Jim
Warden. He was there when I went last time.
That's right, Jim Warden. Oh, Rich Donnelly will be there too. That's true. Rich goes out. I can tell everybody that Steve and Rich are actually planning. I mean, they've asked for 2 booths at OAX. And usually Rich travels alone outside of California, but Steve is planning on coming. So they're both going to be at OAX. So that'll be a rare sighting. I know Steve usually goes to New York too, right? But this will be the first smaller show like that he's going to attend. So there you have it.
Is everybody bringing a big portfolio? Like what? What have you heard, Bill? Is like, bringing their own art to show off. Like, what's the plan for that?
For OAX? Yeah, I think everybody's it'll be a lot like Columbus was, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the intent. Most people drove there, so they didn't fly. I think we're going to have a lot of people flying, so maybe they'll be a little bit limited on what they can bring. But we have a whole room dedicated to being able to hang out. We were going to do it right in the center of the hall, but the hall's getting, as we got more guests and things, we have a space just outside of the hall that will probably have 15 6-foot round tables set up. It's adjacent to where we're going to be doing the art auction as well. So the hotel's been kind of letting us grow out of the main room as we've needed to, and so that's my hope, is that we'll have plenty of people bringing portfolios, and because that's got to be part of the commerce. Collectors bringing stuff, some of it they're gonna, it's for some of it's gonna be available, right, for trade, for sale, even if it's something. Anthony's always a buyer at every show he goes to. Yeah. He's so I can't imagine that Berkey and a few other dealers aren't going to be bringing a fair amount of money to pick up stuff. We as collectors typically bring stuff to shows when with stuff for sale that we hope to sell, so that we can buy stuff while we're there. So I think the first show will be interesting to see how the whole the economy of OAX works, but I'd like to think we're going to see a lot of portfolios there. Yeah.
All right.
You'll get to see some Dueling Dealers props, I can tell you that. There will be a few things that
you should have. There you go, Bill. have everybody set up your green screen, pin it up, and let everybody film a meme.
Yeah, at the very least, say what's your best price, Anthony. We could have a whole room of people saying what's your best price, Anthony.
That's right.
Yes. James says that I should bring a portfolio of art for sale because it will make Maureen happy. Marcus says OAX is open carry. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, of your portfolios, everyone, of your portfolios.
You just have to stand your ground there. It's Florida, Marcus. So, if you're trying to, protect your art.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, I don't know what all to expect with OAX. We're trying to set everything up in a way that makes it so anybody can make whatever they want out of it, right? Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really the best show. We can't orchestrate everything. We can set up the proper opportunities for things to happen, and then we just kind of have to step back and watch it happen. But I mean, again, we're closing in on 200 tickets sold already.
Oh,
you
great.
Figure with the number of artists in the room, that's going to be another, I keep wanting to hedge on it, but at least 50 artists will be in there, probably more like closer to 60.
Any new announcements for us this week?
Not today. I'm not going to do any today, but next week for sure. But you start thinking about it, then all the dealers and the auction houses that are going to be there. I mean, we're already pushing 280 art enthusiasts in the room at one time. And you figure we're going to probably double that as ticket sales go. So it's going to be like 500 or 600 collectors, dealers, reps, their artists, auction houses, all in one room.
And a lot of the artists are collectors too, or at least they have some interest in other people's art. So they're going to love it because all these people will be bringing in these portfolios. They're going to want to get up and look at all the portfolios, all the art that everybody has there.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be pretty cool. But again, I mean, there will have been nothing like that before this. I mean, I think, just from the numbers I've heard at Como, I mean, this will be bigger than, the fourth year of Como in the first year. So I think that's good. I mean, but we're in the US. We should be able to pull together a bigger show, and it's all, it's CAF centric and everything. So I don't know. The big thing for me is just hoping we can bring in a fair number of local people who maybe are new to the hobby that we can convert to the hobby, because every good show draws well from a local base.
Those poor people.
I know.
Poor people. Everybody's just salivating. Give me some of that Orlando money.
Exactly. And Jiggy says he can't wait for OAX. Exactly. I mean, we've got. I think we'll have some pre-con announcements in the near future at some point with some of Jiggy's people. Maybe even some extra artist announcements in the near future with a few people from Jiggy's crew. So yeah, it's Mannix will be there. Marcus is a big. Yes, Jiggy's agreeing, and Marcus is reminding everybody that Mannix will be there. So yeah, of course, we're going to have a good time. And you figure it's back to so many people who haven't met in person before, right? I mean, it's
one of the most special things. It's the best part. It's been the best part about Heroes, Columbus, as much as seeing all the art and everything. It's mostly you guys. I mean, this group of people that I've met in my middle age have become good friends. And because we have this shared interest, we're part of the same tribe. And even though we have different, particular interests, it kind of all is surrounded by this, this love for this comic art and comic books and making comics and the craft of comics. So it's a beautiful thing.
Indeed it is. And I can anybody who doesn't know what OAX is, there you go. There's the banner for it. It's the last weekend in January, the 26th through the 28th of 2024. I've got to update the artist list, obviously, since we've added some new ones in there. But yeah, it's going to be totally fun. Kazra was out meeting with some. Oh, you were trying to read them all. Kazra was out meeting with some potential exhibitor today that is. I don't know. They're near Orlando, but it's going to be diverse. It's not just going to be your regular, the usual suspects as far as exhibitors at the show. We've been approached by a couple different vendors that are kind of like in the illustration world as well. So we're going to have a very well-rounded, group of sellers here, and we hope to see that evolve. I mean, that's why we mentioned illustration as part of
the show. I mean, it's not like it's going to turn into what IX is, where it's mostly science fiction, fantasy artists and whatnot. But we're going to have a mix of that in there. I mean, we want it to be a little bit more broad, beyond the barriers that are just comic art and sequential art. So, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting again. And and they're going to bring in a different group of collectors as well. That's why it's just going to make it interesting. I can't wait to see how it all works out.
Fun and interesting.
I wish I were like you guys, just sitting on the sidelines. Just
oh my gosh, it's great. I'm just champing at the bit to get there.
Yes,
and we're actually coming early. We're not going to be able to stay late because Abby has school, but we're coming early, and we'll do on Friday. That's when we'll do our day at Universal. So
there you go. Well, I can tell you definitely that because I talked with Adam Kubert over the weekend, and so he's confirmed he will do Monday probably around lunchtime over at Universal. So anybody who's staying an extra day and you want to go to Universal, guarantee that Adam Kubert will be hanging out over in Islands of Adventure around lunchtime. So because all of his art makes up Islands of Adventure. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of just hang out. Maybe we can get him on the Spider-Man ride with us. I don't know, but he'll do that. And I haven't asked Bill Morrison yet, but he's done a lot of the Simpsons art. So I thought we could do lunch. We could do lunch over on the one side of the park, and then go over to the Simpsons side with Bill Morrison for around dinner or something and drinks, because there's you can drink some Duff beer while we're over there, and again, it'll make for an interesting time. I saw Mr. Ewok once said DeSantis ruined Florida for me, so don't come down there anymore. Well, maybe he won't be there for long.
He's not. Well, he's not gonna. He won't be at OAX.
No, he won't be. He will not be at OAX.
These politicians, they're in Iowa or whatever. He's not going to do anything.
Kazra says he's talking to a Booth Babe company. We didn't talk about that last week, Kazra. You'll have to fill me in on that tomorrow.
Bob Layton will be happy.
Yes, he will. Maybe he can teach somebody else.
That's right. He's gonna do summer school.
Boy,
he's something. I'm looking forward to seeing. Is he gonna have a master class there? I'd go to that.
That's interesting. We really have not talked panels at all, and I know that's something that our show, I think, definitely needs. I don't know, I don't really know where we're going to go with that in year one, but I do think that if we want to kind of evolve the show into something that has some educational aspects to it as well, not just master class, but things about our hobby as well, how to store art, scan art, whatever. I think there's and preservation. I could have Alexandra Von Hawk, that woman who lives nearby that does the restoration work, come in and do something with Jeff Wedding, who's very knowledgeable in art storage and whatnot. I do think that we need to add components like that to the show. I just don't know how much we're going to be able to keep, because there's so many moving parts. We'd need a third person to come in and kind of help us with panel ideas and things. So can't promise much in that area, but the potential is there, and I want to do it. I think I talked to the Museum of Art in Orlando about potentially having some kind of a sequential art show there in the month or 2 months before OAX to kind of give us a little bit of PR and get them something. They're interested in that, so. That won't happen this year, but hopefully it's something that we can make happen to some degree in year 2. So yeah, lots of ideas.
You can let me and Snorik interview people. I think we'd be good at it.
I think you guys would be good.
I'll volunteer him for anything.
Well, why don't we go ahead and show off my heritage picks, and then we can do the XP, and then we can jump in the CAF update, because it's almost 11 o'clock here in Eastern Standard Time. So let's see. I got my heritage window queued up here. I think all these were kind of easy picks. And this thing was only like $1,000 earlier today, but it's up to $4,200, because how often do you get to see a Mike Mignola Hellboy page from 1997 anywhere for auction, right? But with wonderful panels in it,
30 panels of Hellboy.
As much as I'd love to get a Hellboy page, I know I'm pretty well never going to own one, because maybe I could trade for one day, but I'll never be. They're just too hard to come by. They're so hard to get that you're always going to have 6 to 10 people who really want it because they don't have a good example in their collection. So we just don't see them a lot. How often in a signature auction? We didn't see one in the Comic Connect auction. You don't see them hardly ever in a Comic Link auction. They just don't come up. They probably trade hands or change hands privately more than they do in an open auction format. And here on a weekly auction, we've got a really great example that's 26 years old. So
that's a beauty, and it's got Liz on it, and the guy from Blade Runner down there, Edward James Olmos from Blade Runner down there in the
exactly. I didn't even notice that. But you're right.
Panel.
But anyway, yeah. So this was an easy pick. It's at $4,200. You know, how does it not probably hit 10? We'll see. Well,
did they go that high?
I'm not good at. Well, I think it has the potential. We shall see. So then this is a Wally Wood page that appeared in a Vampirella. I just thought it was, you know, Wally Wood, anything is good from this period, but a kind of like Undead Army and, you know, guys slicing off some hands from the undead. I love it. I mean, I've never owned a piece of art by Wally Wood. I don't. So at some point I got to fix that because I mean he's just so damn good.
Yeah.
And stuff from this era, it's the chef's kiss, I think, as people like to say.
Reading an interview with Chaykin, and he was talking about working with, or maybe listening to it, talking with working with Wood, and how he would, you know, he would have assistants, and they'd come in and they'd draw something, and then Wally Wood would come in with his brush, and all of a sudden, it's a Wally Wood page. Like, it's just beautiful. He was what an amazing talent he was.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, so this is a great page. I mean, it's already 925, so it's going to do really well. You know, I thought about bidding on this one. Everybody was like, you know, teasing me about the Pollard page that Mike had, you know, not teasing me, suggesting I should bid at it. And like I said, I am on hold. This page I really, really like. I mean, it's Pollard and Gene Day, but I mean, great combination anyway. I mean, Gene Day is an amazing artist, but I love this panel layout, 2, 3, 4, all evenly spaced out, and then just the blacks on this thing. This is a gorgeous page. I mean, I love it. I love the triangle shape in the center panel in the second row. I mean, all this, there's just so many nice things going on here. I mean, I can't find anything wrong with this page. I mean, I saw it and I'm like, I'm going to throw a bid on it. And then I'm like, all right, I can't, because I've already told myself I'm not gonna. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to show it to anybody on the show tonight. And then I'm like, all right, but I'll do it anyway. Because I mean, it's look at this thing. It's an amazing page.
We just heard all of your psyche there, Bill. Everything going through your head today, going back and forth.
I feel like I'm going to bid on it now. I'm going to put a bid on, but it is. I mean, come on, you can't ask for it.
No, it's a classic Marvel page. Look at all the. I mean, and it's got a ton of panels. There's so much storytelling on that page. It's very nice. All the faces are rendered nicely. Good spotted blocks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this one had to be an adult. What am I not logged in on? I didn't think I had to be an adult. You know, it is funny on Heritage, the things that they lock up always surprises me, because this one's just a topless person, but I've seen like full nudes not be locked up. This is a Gray Morrow fantasy illustration. Yep, she's topless, but anyway, I just thought, you know, I like Gray Morrow stuff. I've featured a few things here or there, you know, over the course of the CAF updates, but I just love all the pen work in this piece. It's just lots of different styles of it, but it's awesome. Yeah, you know, and I you know, I love good science fiction fantasy. She's no Power Girl, but you know, these guys, are the guys behind her attacking her, or are they fighting for her? That's the question.
I think they're coming after those tatas.
Yes, exactly. But she's not quite Red Sonja, but very nice piece. Then here's another artist I've talked about a lot, Ian Miller. I mean, we don't get to see a lot of his stuff because there's not a lot on CAF, and you don't see it up for auction too often. But he's one of my favorite illustrators out there. I mean, he's just an incredible talent. I mean, you know, we kind of you know, ooh and ah over, you know, Frank Cho's you know, ballpoint cross hatching and stuff. But Ian Miller's, you know, he's been doing this for a long time. He's been working in this style since the early 70s. And again, he's just one of my favorite illustrators ever. He did a lot of the illustrations in a book called The Tolkien Bestiary that I first discovered him on. And I've just been enamored with his work ever since. So, and yeah, it's just crazy buildings and dragons and whatever else is going on in here. And it's only at $351. I bet this thing does not
do as well as it should. But hey,
And
it's
I
on
think
Heritage.
I think I see you breaking your no buying rule here.
Yeah, well, I do own 2 Ian Millers, fortunately,
okay.
but not as good as this. I have just like a dwarf mugshot kind of thing,
Mhm.
and then a bunch of just like prelim-y sketches where he was doing some kind of like Cthulhu illustration or something. But again, I just love. I mean, you figure this is all with a ink and a pen. I
No,
would say, a
it's nice,
quill.
and you can see how, like, it's kind of has that Arthur Rackham history in it, and then it takes it into like this new realm. And this looks like who inspired the Sandman artists of the 90s.
Yeah,
Like
I
it's
mean, very easily could have. And again, he's just somebody that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So,
yeah. That's very nice.
then this one here, a little more traditional. Frank Robbins, Vince Coletta. You basically get the whole team from the Invaders. So this is a good one. You get Cap, Torch, not Flame Down, of course, and then I think we get Submariner there in the end. Just a fun page. I mean, I'm not like I've never really been in love with Frank Robbins stuff, but he could tell a good story at the end of the day, and I just like this this page. I mean, just I love the Jeeps. The poses are wonky, but it's okay. It's a guy from a different era doing a comic. What year was this? 76. So just I like the page.
Well, anybody from that era that's drawing stuff like that, I mean, especially you see it in that first panel, and it's Harvey Kurtzman that they
right.
look at.
You are absolutely right.
So I mean, and by all means they should. I mean, the figures are always kind of wonky, but like I said before, there's Invaders was one of the first comics I ever read,
right,
in the 70s. So
same,
yeah,
no, so nice page there, and it probably will go pretty affordably, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And I tried to I got to show some DC love every now and again. So we got a Tuska McLaughlin Green Lantern 167 page.
Green Lantern dabbing there in that first panel.
He does. I didn't. Now that I see it, I can't unsee it. He is. But I just love the whole. Again,
Tuska invented the dab.
Little did he know. But again, this, who doesn't like a good outer space scene? And the blacks are pretty heavy in this one. It's not. It's really not Kirby Crackle. It's DC outer space for those of you who love that world. But no, nice page. And I don't pick enough Tuska, because finding good Tuska, he's one of those artists I have yet to find a page that I want to buy, just because I just haven't found one that like blows my mind, and they're out there. They're definitely out there. I wouldn't mind owning this one. This could be
your heritage picks this week, Bill, are all, there's a common theme of cool like inking techniques. Everybody uses like different inking techniques. Like there's cross hatching, there's different kinds of shading. You've got all kinds of different techniques on everything that you picked. It's great.
Cool. Well, then this is a little different too. Jock, Batman Who Laughs, number 5.
A beheading.
A beheading. Yeah, Anthony Snyder would be very happy to see this one. He likes a good beheading. But I don't know. I've always liked Jock's stuff. I mean, he's just got a very unique style. The moment you see it, you know it's him. And again, not somebody we see too often at Heritage. Or at least I don't think I've done too many Heritage picks with his artwork. So figured I'd feature that. Let's see this one. I've seen a lot of these. This is Thomas Frazano. There's a fair number of these on CAF as well. They're what was this? A French Marvel reprint book. So they redid the covers on these things, and I mean they're not like the best, but they're not terrible either. I mean, this is from 1983, and you see a lot of these. I mean, we've seen these in Spanish editions too, but I'm pretty sure this was a French book. And they just redo the covers, and they're typically painted too, which is not something that you're going to get too often in a published Marvel or DC book. So I think these are neat. This one's at $8.25. I can't imagine that it's going to. Well, I guess it could double or triple from where it's at now, but this is a nice one. It's got Dazzler on it, right? But still, I like. I always do a double take when I look at these. I mean, didn't. Micah had that Wolverine, or no, Hulk 181.
kind of painted piece that was from a Spanish recreation. Oh, she's got an action purse, says Mr. Ewok One. Okay, it's a thick dazzler. She is kind of thick, but ahead of her time.
There's something so unique about European and really worldwide. I mean, now most of the artists that you see in Marvel and DC Comics are international, but they would always have a different specific take on the characters and on very, Anglo-American characters. And it's just so it's so unique. I mean, you see Jack Kirby in that Black Bolt, and at the same time it's well rendered and really interesting. Like, this was his version of Lockjaw. It's completely different than anything, so it's pretty cool.
Yes, it is. All right. Well, those are my 10, everybody. Now we can do the EXP preview, because I know everybody's been wanting to hear what Nick is selling tomorrow night at 7 o'clock.
B.
That's right. What colored pants will Nick be wearing? We don't know. He surprises us every week. But so tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, as we always know, Friday nights, you can see him on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. He's probably streaming on Instagram by now. I don't know, but he's everywhere. But 7 o'clock to 8:15 every week. And here is his preview for tomorrow night's show. And as he already mentioned, they're doing a bit of charity work for Maui as well. So I'm sure we'll probably hear about that in this video clip.
Everybody, Amy's back, which means I can't go on, and she's kind of smiling. That means
I did see last week's show.
Oh, what'd you think? Oh my God! Did you guys the dead silence before she went? So this Friday, August 18th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, on the Original Art Experience. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. And I'll ask you to share too at the end. But between now and then, let's talk about some of the art that'll be available. So we have a gorgeous double-page spread by Dale Eaglesham from Action Comics 52. I think this is the last issue of the new 52, Superman versus Superman. Maybe we'll finally get to this Fantastic Four 578 page 8 by Dale. That is from the Jonathan Hickman run. Then we're going to have Masters of Evil. Check it out. Maybe this page will be under $100. Could be, Rabbit. Maybe we'll finally get to Secret Invasion Inhumans. Check it out. And here's a Hercules page. Maybe this one will be under $50, even with that Smile and Herc there. Then Deadpool by Mark Bagley. How often did Mark Bagley do Deadpool? Not very often. Then we have some Fernando Pasaran, Batman Eternal. We also have Super Soldier by Dale Eaglesham. Why isn't this on the other rack? I screwed up. Then we have JSA. This is old school Dale Eaglesham. Then we're going to have Marvel Knights 4 with the Fantastic Four and the Submariner. Let's see if anybody breaks my heart to buy that. We have a Brett Booth Aquaman cover. And then 2 Spider-Man pages that were not picked up and paid for from many moons ago. They're going to make a second appearance. And we may have a little bit more art. Maybe Amy won't think, if she helps me pick the art.
It just surprised me how unprepared last week seemed.
It was unprepared. You weren't here.
I thought I could trust you guys to take care of yourselves without me, but I was wrong.
You were 100% wrong. But this Friday, August 18th, we'll be more prepared because Amy is here to save the day. So, Friday, August 18th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Hit that thumbs up and share. Sharing is caring. See you Friday.
Nikki B needs to pop that collar.
I agree. Yeah, no, he does. He definitely does. That would be a good look for him. Very 80s.
I think we're casting our 80s movie tonight. Bob
Yes,
Layton, Nikki B.
I'm telling you, he'd make a good hall monitor somehow. But yeah, he might get in a lot of trouble. There'd be a lot of pretty girls in there and everything. And yeah, no. Hall monitor, not the job for Bob. We'll find something else.
He's the cool teacher.
That's true. He would
spends his morning surfing.
Yeah, he'd be like that Indiana Jones, character that, no, all right, I'm not going there. Let's get into the calf update, all right? We're going to ramble through this thing, lose my voice. So that's what happens. We've been doing this for 3 hours now. All right. Calf update covers the period August 7th through the 13th. What do we got here? A sluggish week continued for the. I can't do this like a news broadcaster. For dealer sales. Dealer sales average 168K the week before last, 166K this week. So very lackluster. That's like 50% where we're used to seeing them.
It's a lot of money, Bill. It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and as everybody knows, it's only the dealers that I work with as a host. So I'm only tracking those. I mean, so who knows what the overall world is like? But this includes 24 plus dealers that are actively engaging in sales. So 166,000. Berkey was number 1 with 23 sales, 46,000. Anthony number 2, 58 sales, 38,000. He always wins with the lower end stuff in volume for him. Felix was next, 34 sales, $33,000, and then Moy was fourth with 16 sales, $30,000. So there you go. And then everybody else was under $10,000. I only tell you if they sold at least 10. So here are the top sales from dealers last week. And as I mentioned, total sales 166,765. First piece was sold by Ramita Man. This is an Alex Ross Batman 1966 meets the Green Hornet. Number 3, large cover painting from 2014. Asking price was $15,000 on this one. Next up was a Travis piece, Wildcats Gang War Trade. And why did my video just stop? It just died. It just literally died on me. And I don't think I can get it back. Interesting. Okay. Well, it died. I can give you the rest of them, but now you won't get to see the images. It's no fun. I'll have to talk with my son about that one. He posted that. But what do we got? You didn't get to see the Travis piece. Albert sold that one. That one went for $8,500. There was a Murphy Anderson Brave and the Bold page, also sold by Albert, went for $8,000. This is no fun without looking at the images. Felipe Massafera, $6,000. Kingpin versus Winter Soldier cover, sold for $6,000 from Berkey, of course. And then we have another Travis Man. Travis sold by Ramita Man was it was that 6-figure X-Men piece we saw in Dueling Dealers that didn't sell a couple weeks ago. Did sell $5,000 asking price. And then there was a Zafino X-Force 2 cover that Anthony had sold for $4,500.
Oh, the little X-Men Travis Doodles.
Yeah. You remember those color pieces?
Yeah. Albert had those forever. Those are, they're beautiful.
Yeah. I remember I think he sold them to somebody in Europe who traded them over to Mike, who now has sold them again. So wow. Kind of moves around. Yes. Ashton on blast. Yes. Well, ironically, Ashton is down here in Florida. He's in Orlando. He has, as well as being a world-class Pokemon player, he also has a secondary gig where he dresses up as it's for this one thing he's doing here is a dinosaur show. So he is actually in one of those 8-foot tall animatronic dinosaurs where he has to walk around. He can't see it. He has a little TV screen up in front, where the dinosaur's head is, and he moves the arms, and they put on a show. Yeah, he puts on 3 or 4
dinosaurs live that you take your kids to. Is it?
Yeah, like that. Shows? Yeah, and he travels. They do they go to 6 cities a year, and he'll do a full weekend there. And he's down here in Orlando for 2 consecutive weekends. So yes, he's doing that. But he'll dress up. He also does stuff where he dresses up the Grinch and for Christmas at the zoo in Cleveland. So he works for a company that is involved in that sort of thing. But yeah, so he's down here. I didn't think he was going to be able to make the videos for me, and I probably shouldn't have asked him to do it while he's probably having too much fun. At any rate,
doing in his T-Rex outfit with that.
I know. Well, I get to see him this Sunday in it again, so that'll be funny. I'll shoot some video for you guys so you can see what my son does.
And for those of you asking, he got knocked out of. He was in the World Tournament. He was there on Friday. He finished 4-3, and you had to be 5-2 to get to day 2. So he was knocked out after the first day, unfortunately. Can't win them all.
But he got to go to Japan.
He got to go to Tokyo. Exactly. I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, that was well worth it. All right. Okay. Now we're going over to the auction houses. And let me see. I see I've messed up all my screens here. Auction houses, pretty standard week, 357,000 for them. There was a Garfield auction that kind of brought in about another 60. So it wasn't okay. Generally a decent week for auctions. Let's see, 357,243 was the overall sales total. eBay made up 131 of that, Heritage 162. This first piece was a Hank Ketchum, Dennis the Menace Daily, sold for $6,500 on eBay. They do sell for that much, everybody. We've seen a few of these go for over 5 recently, so I had no idea. Then we have a Peach Momoko Adi Granave combo piece that I think was just done in San Diego. Look at that, 2023, sold for $45.50. Flipped by a collector, I imagine. See, it happens with everybody. Then we have the Shelley Moldoff, a JSA piece, which is fantastic. This one sold for $3,000. Even I like that piece. And then we got the 3 heritage picks. So first up is this Nick Carty. I know there was talk about why this thing sold for so much, and I didn't pay attention to it. $28,800. Brave and the Bold page. I have no idea why I went for that much. There was probably something special going on there. Then Dennis Cowan, the question cover. This one I featured, right? Went for $10,800. And then another piece I featured was the Alex Saviuk Web of Spider-Man DPS that went for $7,200. All good stuff, right? What do you say, Chuck? Good, decent picks there?
Yeah. Great picks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why that piece went that high.
I saw, because who was it? Michael Browning, I think, threw it out there in one of the Facebook groups asking why it sold for so much. Oh, Nick Barucci says, supposedly first Black Canary in Earth One after JLA issue. Still feels crazy. It does feel crazy, but I mean, somebody really wanted it. So that
Two people really wanted it. Apparently they thought it was, yeah, that's something. Yeah. It's funny how those little things come up like that. No one probably even knew that or thought twice about it.
Well, at least 2 people knew about it. So. But yeah, hey, but it's cool to see stuff like it, because those things just don't happen too often, right? I mean, sure. where you see a page that just has that much desirability from a few people. Yeah, we saw it with the Mike Zeck, Secret Wars page. I mean, it can happen.
What is that? Everybody, that was the shot heard round the world, wasn't it?
It definitely was. Yeah, that was
all of a sudden. That's it. Bring on the speculators.
Yes. How many Secret Wars pages can we get out in the market right
How
away?
many Black Spider-Man outfits? Everything
right
came out. I think they've slowed down a little bit now, but boy, they were hot and heavy for a while there.
That is
every
true.
single one of them. So,
so are you ready to do picks now, Chuck?
I'm ready to do whatever. Let's do it.
All right, let me get
a dance party. Whatever. Good.
Oh no, we're not going to do no dancing, no karaoke.
That's it. Let's do karaoke in Orlando. That's
there's got to be. Well, we thought about. Well, Mike Allred loves to karaoke. He does karaoke every Friday night, and we were just joking. It's like you could have Mike, doing a karaoke as we open the hall doors on Saturday morning. He might do it, but I don't want to pressure him. I don't want to. He could start off the art auction with a karaoke.
I want to go to karaoke with Mike Allred on Friday night after the party. I'll find a place. Go sing some Monkeys, maybe a
Friday
little
night
Hoople.
He has said that when we had him on one of probably the sales show, I think he said that every Friday night he and his kids and some neighbors, they all get together at his place and they do karaoke. It's like it's a weekly thing. I mean, I can't imagine that. I mean, but I could imagine that happening at OAX. So you never know.
That I'm calling either a poker game or karaoke night. Everybody decide which one they want.
Friday night, or just remember, you got to be at OAX 10 a.m. in the morning.
I have to be there at 10. I'm not,
All right, it's all about. If you don't have a game plan, you could come in, you could roll
picking
in
up
at
a couple
11
of
o'clock.
pieces. I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm there for you guys.
Mhm.
The rest of it, it's all gravy.
And there is a lot to do on City Walk, so yeah, guaranteed.
Right
There's,
across the street.
all right, here we go. So here are the picks that we get to start off with here. These are Chuck's picks.
Hey.
Starting off with a Darwin Cook cover. And this is in Jimmy Palmiotti's calf gallery. So, Jimmy, he keeps laying down, dropping the great art. And man, look at this thing. He and Darwin were very good friends. So I didn't read the description on this thing. This is gorgeous.
Isn't it? There were 3 Darwin Cook pieces that he posted around the same time. And, I know this Spirit cover. I knew the other 2. And I picked this one just because it was so interesting, Darwin Cook taking over the Spirit. And Darwin Cook's one of those artists that I, from the get-go, from, him starting with Batman and then into New Frontier, always just blew my socks off with every single thing that he did. And, I think it's a little bit unfortunate that he got not sidelined, but kind of put into this to the retro category, because he was such an incredible, he's just an incredible artist. Brevity of line, his layouts, he would do so many different cool things. And even up to the last thing that he did, the Twilight Children that he did with one of the Hernandez brothers. It's such a beautiful book, and could have been, part of Love and Rockets. He was an amazing talent, everything that he did. This, is another one of those, he's like, I guess I'll take on the Spirit for a little while. And he, you can tell that it's a Darwin Cook piece. It's, and it's beautiful, and he drew beautiful women. And he would draw fast. He was a fast artist. That was the other thing. Like he would knock these things out really quick. So I love Darwin Cook. He's sorely missed. And it's like if Howard Chaykin could draw, and Howard is an artist that he'll always talk about, like how he it takes a lot of work for him to do something, but what Darwin Cook does, is the same thing. But he's got the talent. It's just amazing. So that's why I picked this one.
I don't think I need to say anything more about this one. It was beautiful. It was on my list until I got yours. So I'm happy that you picked this one.
Summer special.
Yeah.
Yes. And if Jimmy Palmiotti ever wants to let go of that that Frank Quitely, just give me a call, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm. Jimmy's he was in the audience during the Dan Burton show. He pops in every now and again. Yeah. He doesn't always comment. But let's see, this is in Rob R's calf gallery, Peach Momoko Venom variant cover.
So right now, this was again, I'm trying to branch out a little bit and maybe pick some. I could always pick Darwin Cook or John Byrne or Howard Chaykin or Frank Quitely, of course. But Peach Momoko is an interesting artist, and I wanted to kind of talk about this because I think she's just a really wonderful illustrator. This is a really beautiful cover. I don't know these characters. I think it's Venom and somebody else. But it's really great. I'd love to see what her sequentials look like. I don't know if she does sequential art, but I think it's kind of amazing that so many people make a living out of just doing covers now. When it used to be like, if you want a job at Marvel and DC, you can't just do pinups, you can't just do covers. But now there's so many artists that just completely make their living that never did any sequentials at all. I don't know, maybe she has. But I thought this was a really nice cover and a really great example of yeah. Next time, Jason. Next time. Next time.
Yeah.
But no, I think Peach is a really good artist, and I like this one a lot.
Yeah, she sometimes has like a very subdued palette on the paintings, but it works. I mean, like with this one, I think it's you know, and I think it would be interesting to see her tackle sequentials, because I think for all, you know, I remember seeing Peach's work even early on. She was mostly pinup stuff, right? So I'd be curious to see her tackle.
But I also she's I don't know, she's not from the United States, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's again interesting to see other countries take on these. Like, I mean, Venom is a character from the '90s, from Todd McFarlane and you know, Mark Bagley, and then all of a sudden you have this other person that has the that you know, brings in their own culture into it, and I think that adds a level of interest that's really nice. It's a good piece.
Definitely. Yeah, nope, I like it. I like her work. And Mr. Ewok and Matt from Pop Sequentialism both said she's done interiors. I just I'm not familiar with it, but
here's your classic, Jason.
Yeah, there you go. Now whose was this? I forget.
This is JR and Al Williamson. I mean, come
David
on,
Miller.
Bill. You know.
Well, no, I actually wanted to see the collector's name. David
Oh, the
Miller.
collector. Yeah, I don't know.
But no, I know it's John Romita Jr. and Al Williamson.
Oh, yeah.
Any better than that? I mean, I feel that you know, that forearm to the chin, right? Pow.
Right. You really do. And it's that chunky JR style. It's just so beautiful. And it's a classic comic and a classic story. And, you know, I think that we can say now that the Daredevil, written by Ann Nocenti and drawn by John Romita Jr. and Al Williamson, is you know, isn't an underrated group of comics anymore. It is a classic story, and it's probably as readable and as good as anything that Miller or, you know, ever did as well. I mean, it is just, it's this story. You know, it's funny, when I saw this cover, and I hadn't read these books in a long time, but I remember it, and I feel like this guy, the kid is there, and his dad had to go out and take these jobs to be able to make money, and he was really just trying to raise money for his kids or whatever. And then the other thing I thought about this was like, and it's like the John Buscema Al Williamson piece. Al Williamson was such a master, and he could draw so well on his own. And you know, jobs like this was probably just like, well, I guess I'll do some work for Marvel. I'm, you know, 50, 60 years old. Can still ink. This is kind of what I can do. Maybe my EC style is out of favor, but I'll do these. But he added so much to these books. I mean, look at this like chunky inking that he's doing with the fine lines in the background. And it's recognizable as John Romita Jr. when you look at it, but it still has this like beautiful inking style. You've got the I mean, he may have invented Frank Miller's Sin City right there in that arm. I'm not sure. You know, it's just
You're right.
You're right. So it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
And like you have even the lighting. Look at the lighting, how it's coming down and it's kind of wrapping around the arms there and on Daredevil and his from his chin, and it's just beautiful. So what a great cover. And I remember December, you know, this book in 1986 very well. Bought it off the stands, loved it, and still do.
That's a beauty. And there's been a lot of, this was actually a pretty interesting week for art going on at CAF. There was a lot of different ways I could have gone with picks, you know, classic pieces like this. There was a lot of good stuff, but no, this was a good one. I don't know if it was on my list or not, but I mean, it deserves to be there. And for all the reasons that you mentioned.
I mean, it was just so good. These guys were so good at what they did. It is completely a craft. It's not just an art. And I mean, a lot of times that's why it's seen as production art. And of course, we collect it now. And, you know, museum, I don't know, like for a special thing, but fine art's a completely different thing. But this is a craft. And this is two guys that are really, I mean, John Romita Jr., I mean, you got to think at the time, he's a young guy. I mean, this was, you know, Jason posted a piece that was on my short list right, 67 years old today, but he had posted a piece from Contest of Champions that was on my short list that, I mean, it looks completely different than this. it's not he found his voice when he started doing X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
And then really ran with it when he did Daredevil afterwards. So I don't think Sin City was before 1985.
Well, Rich Danny's is usually a good. Well, somebody will do some.
Sin City's 1990. It was Dark Horse Presents 89 or 90.
Well, and this is 86. So you're right. It could be. You're okay. I'm sure Rich Danny's is checking right now for us. Confirmation. All right. So
look at Aranga here. I thought this was, when I saw this, I thought this was a Nick Dragata piece. And then I kind of looked at the figures and I was like, oh, that's Aranga. So, that's another person that I adore. I've met him a couple of times at our shows. He's such a good friend and such a good friend of our art community. And I really wanted to showcase this piece because I just think it's great. The perspective, the characters on here, I just think it's really good. And also you can kind of see, like, when you get down to Wolverine, you're like, oh, is that a 90s Ian Churchill Wolverine a little bit? But man, I really like this piece a lot. I just think it's really great. And I love this, it's that Arthur Adams era, but there's not a lot of Arthur Adams here. It's just really, really cool piece. So great work, Aranga.
It is very nice. And Aranga is definitely, his style's changed a bit since we first started seeing him 3 years ago, and it continues to improve. This one
gets so good. I mean, this is such a good drawing. I want to see a comic by him, maybe without all these Marvel people. Like, make your, do your own thing, but like it's just great. I love it.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's got some plans. That would be interesting to see Aranga kind of come up with his own. If he did a Kickstarter on something, we would rally around him. That's
absolutely. Sure. Absolutely. Get Chris Snorek to write it. I keep volunteering Chris Snorek for everything tonight. Great artist.
Yeah, he's that is Aranga. I tell that to the locals here now all the time. Oh yeah, this guy drove right into the lake. They're like, yeah, he wasn't from around here, was he? No, no, he was not.
I love this piece. I really do. And really great work.
No, I completely agree. Now,
this is one that I was not familiar with. Like, I don't know this artist. Like, I don't know Luis Dominguez. I'm sure that people do. But when I saw this, I just thought that I don't think this one you can make bigger.
No, I can't.
But I just thought it was beautiful. Talk about great ink work. This is really great, fine ink work. And the classic DC covers where the story is, they're telling a story on the cover, and I don't know. I just really liked it. So that's about all I have to say about it. At some point, maybe somebody paid $25 for it, but like, something like this is just, after I saw this, I looked up Luis Dominguez, and he had done a lot of DC work at the same time. Mm-hmm. And these were books when I was a kid that I didn't really, I wasn't really into any of the horror stuff or anything like that. But now I can really appreciate the work. I mean, it's just beautiful ink work. Beautiful work.
No, agreed. And it is. The bridge alone is worth the price of admission. So I feel like, didn't one of the Dueling Dealers present this at some point? Maybe it was like a year ago or something. I feel like I've seen this image.
I'm sure they didn't charge $25 for it.
No, I'm sure they didn't, but I could be wrong, or maybe I've seen it someplace else. Maybe
it's beautiful. But even if he did a lot of work, and a lot of the work looked like this, and I thought he was a really good artist, and so wanted to showcase it here.
Yeah, I might be thinking of something different. I know that we have sold some Dominguez covers on the show. I think Anthony has had them. I remember Cat buying one show because it had a big cat on it. Anyway, let's see here. So Bernie writes, and we can't click on this one either, unfortunately.
So, but you can't not put. Oh, but you can click on the additional images. I bet. Go down there.
Let's see if we can get something.
Look, we know Calf. I know Calf.
Yeah, but because the guy's
still not big, is it?
He's not premium, so it doesn't matter. I mean, we just get to see these other images. But
it's a beauty, isn't it? You can't not include Bernie Wrightson's. enough has been said about Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. I think till whether it's the Franklin Booth influence and all the beautiful things and all of the beautiful pieces and how inspirational they've ever been. But it was interesting. I watched an interview with Bernie Wrightson about, I don't know, sometime last month, because sometimes you just kind of go down those rabbit holes, right?
Mhm.
And I started watching all of these things, interviews with him on YouTube, and he was talking to people about Frankenstein, and he was in his 60s or 70s, and he's like, yeah, that was the best thing that I ever did. And then somebody afterwards, maybe it was an interview on here, I can't remember, but was talking about Bernie and saying that it almost broke him, doing, not money wise, I don't think, although it may have broken him that way as well, but just it was so hard. He put so much work into all of these plates that that he never did anything else that even came close to it. And he still, up until in these later interviews later in his life, he was talking about this work and how much he was like, that's the best thing that I ever did. So, and it really is. Every plate, every single one, I mean, it's just beautiful. And even this one, there's no Frankenstein in it, but it has all of the, I mean, how much work went into that grass? You know what I mean? How much work went into all of it? I mean, he took so much time, and yeah, there you go. So much time in it, and yeah, he said he can no longer draw. So yeah, exactly. So everybody knows. It's just really beautiful stuff. So it's always worth looking at. I have the book here. It's signed by Bernie. I look at it often. Any chance I get. So really nice work.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's great when we get to see pieces like this turn up on CAF. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen a Frankenstein plate, I don't think, in person. So
I went to a thing that Guillermo del Toro did a exhibition, and it was at the LACMA in LA when we were out there one time visiting. And so we went, and it had some Bernie Wrightson, some a lot of Mike Mignola art, a lot of production art that he did for his movies. It was really wonderful experience, and there were some Wrightson pieces in there. It's really they're a sight to behold. There's they're just as astonishing in person as they are just seeing them on CAF.
Well, maybe one day I'll get to see just one.
Yeah, maybe in January.
Maybe
somebody will bring one with them, or be selling one.
Yes, with a heavy security entourage as well. But let's see here. I think, wasn't there a couple of in the Darabont auction that Profiles had a while back?
There were a couple of them in there as well.
I've got the catalog around here, but all right. Well, next,
hard to compete with those Hollywood guys.
It really is.
I know you're always. Last time I picked Jim Lee, you were like, you picked Jim Lee, or surprised. But man, I love Jim Lee. When you look at this, you see the inset panels, and this is all Howard Chaykin storytelling. So you've got the inset panels, you've got the verisimilitude of the characters, they're looking at each other, and then boom, Namor looks at you, and and you feel it, and then the story goes on. But I love anything that Jim and Scott do together, and I loved this Fantastic Four run. I mean, it was. I think it was just retelling the old stories, but there's a splash of Namor sitting in a chair, and Jim Lee would do these final page splashes in each of his books. He did one of Magneto, kind of like John Byrne did back in the day.
Yeah,
and it was just I remember getting that book and opening it up and seeing that splash, and just you're just holy shit, this is the best drawn Namor I've ever seen. And so always worth looking at Jim's work.
Well,
and now he's president of DC, so go figure.
Yeah, well, he earned it. He definitely earned it. I mean, I do like this, the way the panels are done here. You know, no border on them. You know, just inset over that 3/4 splash, basically. At the end of the day, I mean, I think that's unique. You know, I mean, we don't see that technique done too often. But yeah, I mean, I like his stuff too. I mean, I miss the whole Jim Lee craze. So he's still kind of like an acquired taste for me, even after all these years. Because you know, I was when I was reading comics, I just missed it. You know, I missed him being the man. So
yeah, but it kind of takes that old Marvel. I mean, that's why it's always strange. I've always thought he was an odd fit for DC, even though he's done so much DC work now. I always thought it was an odd fit because it was so based in classic Marvel storytelling, but like turned up to 11. So all of the art that he does, whatever he does, it's always like, you know, inspired by John Byrne, you know, as even like, you know, George Perez, Marvel era George Perez, you know, Rich Buckler, all those guys that were kind of sometimes Cockrum. I mean, that I think some of those guys are boring because I like it. This was that, but like with balls. I mean, just yeah, and Neil Adams and Byrne, sure. Just I really thought that he took how to draw comics the Marvel way to heart and absorbed it and then shat it out on the page like in a with fury, but with excellent, you know, I mean, in the same way a lot of those guys did. But then he also had that classic George Bridgman, John Buscema way of constructing figures that a lot of those guys didn't. A lot of the people didn't take the time to learn, you know, the double lighting or the you know what it took, and Jim did. So that's why he's one of the best ever.
Yeah, Rich Jennings says it sounds messy when he shouted out like that, but it all came out fine in the end. Now this is a this one should make Marcus happy, right? We've got a X-Men Loki commission by Mannix,
right? Isn't this fun? I mean, this calf Mannix craze has been fun, but this guy Andre, I met him in line for Walter Simonson, and he has a great New Mutants collection. And he, you know, loves the mutants. I think maybe as much as Jason does. I don't know, or Dan, but he's got a great collection. And I thought this thing was just so cool. I love this story. I love the Asgardian Wars. You know, that Arthur Adams book. I think that Dr. Bob the other day had a page from it. I haven't watched that whole interview, but I saw I went through and watched some of the highlights. I love that New Mutants book so much by Arthur Adams and Terry Austin and the Asgardian Wars. And so what a great idea to get Mannix to do a commission of that. So anyway, so I love this stuff. You know, I really want to see these Mannix, these little figures. I'd love to see them in like 3D clay or some kind of 3D model of them or something, because that's kind of what they look like, or some kind of little fun animations. So
yeah. I mean, yeah, I've always, you know, I was taken by his art the moment I saw it. Right. I mean, he has just a fun style. I mean, you equate him to, you know, Hembeck, and you know, and just a totally different view of anatomy and everything else. He, you know, his love for this this way of drawing the figure just shines, and he's been doing it for years, long before he started dabbling in with you know, the Marvel and DC characters and things like that after he joined with Jiggy. But this is just fun stuff. I mean, every time I see it, I love his colors. His compositions are, you know, just really dynamic, especially when, you know, he just pushes the boundaries of what we're used to seeing done in art today. And I think that, you know, it probably isn't too far off where he's doing more published work and getting it, because I mean, this kind of stuff would, you know, demands to be on a bookshelf in the US, right? I mean, it really should be. I mean, you would be focused on it, you know. I mean, if when you went and looked at a whole wall of new comics, this would stand out to you, in a crowd. So I think that it probably isn't too far away. Baller.
Also, these old ideas that we have. I mean, you know, we keep talking. We have our, you know, our nostalgia, whatever. But you know, taking these old ideas and putting this new shine on it. I mean, this is kind of a different version. Fine, let's see. I always thought, like, instead of George Lucas like putting those new effects in Star Wars movies, just remake the damn thing with new people, because each era, every era, I mean, I know that they keep trying to change the X-Men and they're on Mutant Fuck Island or whatever it is that they're doing, but really what they should do is you just take the same books and just remake them with new artists, because there's new eras. It's the same thing Disney did, which is Disney, they would just re-release movies. They'd be like, oh, and now they're doing the same thing, but they're like, oh, audiences are different. The things are more diverse, so let's do this differently. And they're doing the same stories. X-Men is just the same stories. Like, it's the same things. Just do it over and over again. Don't worry about the 50-year-olds. Meet people where they are, because these are great stories. You know, they really are. The Asgardian Wars, all the stuff with the X-Men, the kids in the school, it's just Harry Potter. That's all Harry Potter is, the same thing the X-Men was doing way before Harry Potter. So get Mannix to do the classic X-Men story. Let him do the Hellfire Club. Let him do anything, you know, just like, you know, yes, shout it out with furious imagination.
We have a new saying here on the channel, shout it out.
Shout it out.
Hashtag shout it out. All right.
But it's beautiful. It's so cool.
It is. Absolutely. So, yeah, no, I mean, everybody needs a Mannix in their collection, just like they need a Hembeck.
Nah. But it's different. It's so different. And Fred Hembeck was doing something different there too. Like, Fred Hembeck was part of that. Yeah, Jiggy, do it. Get him. You know, fuck Marvel. Just release it. You know, whatever. Or maybe you do it and then they want it. I mean, look at what Ed Piskor did. He basically just like put this thing up and was like, oh, this is my X-Men thing. And then came out with this whole X-Men Grand Design thing. And I mean, he just kind of did his own thing, and they put it out. So this, I would love to see the X-Men from this era, you know, drawn by Mannix. Do it. Then we'll make some cool 3D versions of them.
And figures, and, you know, 3D printed figures. I love it.
It's a gold mine. Anyway,
I
let's
agree.
Let's see something from 1986.
Yeah, let's see what do we got here next. Oh,
you know, like, how can you like go back and forth? That's why this is so great. That's why what we love, and that's how we can get so excited about these things. We can go from this thing, this new thing that makes us feel interested and young and like excited, and then back to this, which also made us feel interested and young and excited. And when, you know, I'll read Watchmen, you know, once a year. I mean, this is a very memorable scene from this. It is a beautiful page, wonderful spotted blacks, you know, and then the whole thing. You know, what more can you say about Watchmen that hasn't been said? So this is a great page, and you know, I love seeing it. I love seeing it on CAF. I love seeing every Watchmen page I can ever see. I love everyone. Dave Gibbons. That's one of the greatest comics ever made. Really, so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I see something new every time I see a page. I mean, this is yeah. I mean,
look at the spotted blacks, how they tell the story. You know, like, it's just, you know.
Well, look at this. You know, the shadow going. You know, it's being lit from two direct. I mean, that's just so. I mean, I never noticed those little things before, and it's probably because, you know, a lot of times we're reading the comics and we're seeing it in color, and some things don't resonate the same way as they do when you see them in black and white. But yeah, I mean,
and also, if you're reading the comics, you probably shouldn't notice those things because you're reading the comics, and that's the cool thing, that now where you go over it again, Watchmen is like a Coen Brothers movie where you go back to it and you notice something different every time you visit it, every time you read it, and it's a really good comic to read. It's so good and interesting. Yeah. So
speaking of shatting, right?
Yeah, right. Rorschach shat over everybody. Yeah. Rorschach.
God. What a night. What a night. See, you never know what you're going to get when you
That's
bring
right.
it in.
Come on. If we don't find him soon, our whole plan is in the toilet. How about that? There it is.
Oh boy, we are going to have such a good time at
Also
OAS.
in the in the prison. Is there a sign on the door that says men's room? Is that
Is that needed?
I don't know. It says men's room. Also, is there like how is that door working? Is it like I never,
Yeah.
Dave Gibbons. But again, this artwork is it's for production. It's production work. Like you got to do it. Again, this is somebody that loves Frank Quitely who can't. He works pretty slow, but the work that he put into this, like it's also he was doing it quick. It's like going through it.
Yes. So yep, this takes me back to yesteryear, but and there is no separate bathroom, says Pop Sequential. Yeah, they didn't need to have them.
Yeah.
Why do they do that? Hey, anyway, a great set of picks. Wait, we got one more. What? I forgot.
Look at this thing.
I forgot. Oh, I forgot all about this one. And because speaking of, let's see, and it is in Aranga's cap.
Yeah,
so you get the like on there.
Two shout outs for Aranga tonight because this thing, I mean, he said he did it at a show. I mean, what is this construction, this curvilinear perspective? This Cable's just kind of a ridiculous character, but you can do just about like anything with him. You can put these giant shoulder pads and I don't know, big knives and guns but like everything is three-dimensional, which is what I really liked about this. Beautiful black background, but then you've just got this hint of a arena or the futuristic background or something, but then it has this this curvilinear perspective going on that Fish Islands it's so interesting. So I liked this piece a lot, and so it wanted to talk
I
about
do too. It very much has a 3D effect, the way he's kind of chiseled out the blacks and gray tones in in his leg and the gun. And you're right, he's a character that you can pretty much get away with anything on. And maybe not at first, right? When you think about when like Rob drawing the character, but I think as time went on, many artists just decided to take crazy liberties with the way they drew him. So no, that's the
best characters. That's Batman, right? Like Batman, he bends, but he doesn't break. And you can take him, you can put long ears or short ears or whatever. You can make Cable into an old man or whatever. But he's just cool.
Well, the lighting on this thing is great. We've got a new word in our lexicon, curvilinear. So
curvilinear perspective.
Wow. It's amazing, man. Yeah, no, I love it. I did not see this one until you picked it. I don't know how I missed it, but I guess I'm not following Aranga's calf gallery. I need to.
You got to follow Aranga. He's got good taste.
Yes, he does. Artist. All right, now that was definitely your last one. Now we can move over to mine. Let's see here. Get my stuff set up here, over here. Hide that window. Add another one. But no, those are great. Chuck, you're welcome to come on and fill in, for Chris anytime you like.
I love it. I love being here.
Yeah, and it's fun. And now that we've done this now twice, bringing somebody on early, I think it's fun. It definitely kind of changes the pace of things.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely helps me too, because it's nice to have somebody to play off of while we're talking artwork here. So this was
more Al Williamson.
Yeah, Mark Bright pencils. So, but Al Williamson, like so many other great inkers, makes some people look great. And I picked this one because who was the artist or writer that we had on from Kevin Sharp, right there, that picked a page from this book. I don't even, was that Koblish or I can't remember. They had picked a page before this one, and then also talked about this one. No, it was the writer. I can't remember who that was though. Yeah, I want to see Bill pick Coypel Life Studies, maybe after their one. But anyway, so again, just a cool historic page. I mean, I think a lot of people who were reading comics back then enjoyed the crossover book between Spidey and Wolverine. I know James did. I mean, he got a page a few months back
and it was special to him. And now he's got the punch heard around the world, right? When Spider-Man kills a person, and just totally cool. And so when you know somebody's getting a page that really means a lot to them, that to me that's special, because I love comics, but there aren't many. I don't have like many like storylines or pages where I'm like I have to get a page from that book or something. I think it's so cool when there are people that have certain stories that mean so much to them that they want to like get as many pages from that book as they can, or get as many pivotal moments from those books. And so this is one of them. So congrats, James.
Yeah, for sure, James. That's great. For me, it was always art. It's always artists. It's always been artists. Anything by John Byrne. I don't care if it's from X-Men or from Next Men.
That's true. I think you picked up a Next Men page off Dueling Dealers once.
I'm sure I have multiple.
Is the show going on all night? No, I'm going to go quick through my 10.
Yeah. I'll try and talk less.
Yeah, but and James mentioned he got the page after this one as well. And I was almost actually going to pick that one, and then I swapped out my pick for this one. So congrats, James, as your wonderful collection continues to grow and grow. But by every week, almost every day. I don't know how you do it.
It's a very memorable cover from that book too. I love that.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then Miggs posted a lot of great artwork this week.
I didn't see this one. This is beautiful.
I mean, I've seen this image before. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember who maybe owned it before him, but unbelievable, right? I mean, this is just a commission. No, he says interior page. Is that true? I think maybe that's
this looks like a commission, probably.
Yeah, I think interior page is the default when you add art. So sometimes people don't, when they don't pick it. But yeah, it looks just like a commission, but probably one of those ones that maybe he auctioned off back in the day versus the ones he would do at a show. But either way, I've seen this image before. I always loved it. And I mean,
how he renders the leather is so great.
Yeah, Adam is just slick as, I mean,
also gravity.
Yeah, also gravity. Yes, without question. I love his stuff. Adam Hughes is Maureen's favorite artist. And she hasn't seen him since the day she got me that Gene's first day drawing back at Heroes in like 2004. So I can't wait for her to see Adam in person, because she's always loved his stuff, and she'd probably say this is a beautiful drawing as well. Gravity or no gravity.
He's great.
Anyway, yeah, isn't it? I mean,
I love how he puts in the little things, like the little spider. She's laying on the Spider-Man outfit. They always did that. I remember there was a piece he did for DC Comics, a holiday card, probably back in the late 80s. And he drew, or no, it must have been Marvel, because it was Spider-Man. But he drew Spider-Man with he looked like the TV Spider-Man. He had the mirrored eyes, and it was, I thought he just drew Spider-Man so wonderfully. So Adam's a great artist.
Yes, he is. And again, check out Miggs Cathcart, because I can't remember or maybe we can take a quick look. What were the other things he posted? Because I know I was looking at a couple things. Oh, he had that Buckingham death page and the Daniel Warren Johnson piece. So,
oh yeah, I had that one on my short list, the Daniel Warren Johnson Dead Earth 2. I loved that book.
Yeah, okay, so those were the three. So I thought all three of those were worthy of getting picked this week. And did
this one too.
Yeah, Tony Harris. I mean, he's got such a graphic designer feel to a lot of his stuff, and this one, I mean, it's so well designed. I mean, with the Art Nouveau kind of feel to the background, tying in the characters. I mean, I love the heads of the men. Dr. Fate looking in. I mean, it's. I don't know anything about the book or why it was done, or why Wonder Woman has big hips and big boobs, but I mean, I just the illustration is just gorgeous. I mean, it's beautiful, and I keep just going back and forth between the graphic quality of what's in the background there with the characters' emblems, and then just coming back to the figures. I mean, it's just a gorgeous drawing, man. I mean, I'd love to see this piece in person. I know I say that a lot, but this one, I mean, I could probably stare at for a while. And
well, he's such a great poster. I mean, this looks like a poster art, like poster art. what they do for what's the Alamo Draft House or whatever that company.
Right.
I mean, it's just it is so well designed, and also the brush strokes. It's beautiful. It's almost like if J.C. Leyendecker drew comics. It's really great.
I mean, you just look at the like you said, the ink technique on her shoulder. I mean, just subtle stuff. Directional lines. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
It's stuff that you almost look at and think, well, that shouldn't work when you look at the detail, and then you just kind of take in her overall figure, and it's like, wow, it does work. You know, look at the directional lines along her breast. I hate to say look at her breasts, everybody, but it just doesn't make any sense when you look at the lines. But then you look at the overall figure, and it works. It's a brilliant piece of art.
All of those guys from the Gaijin Studios from that era did so much work for one another. And I believe Tony Harris is one of those as well. Joe Phillips, Brian Stelfreeze, David Johnson, Adam Hughes, Jason Pearson, Cully Hamner, and they all have this really strong graphic sensibility that it's really beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so jealous. This piece is phenomenal. I love it. I'm loving it more than I did when I first saw it.
Don't be jealous. Just make them a healthy offer.
Yeah. And who is the owner of this one? I didn't even look. Charles Dayan. Let's see. A longtime CAF member. Look at that. 18 years from Canada. Wow. And look at the size. 16 by 23. Wow. Holy mackerel.
Upcoming artwork. So this is brand new.
Unbelievable.
A brand new piece. Oh, click on the color. Let's see what it looks like colored. Yeah. Interesting.
It is vibrant. Definitely a lot of brushwork in there digitally.
So this must be, I don't love color holds. That's one of the things that, the black, like on Wonder Woman's chest there, the black, it doesn't need the color hold. I know colorists want to put that in everything, but it just doesn't need it. No. They kind of weaken the artwork, I feel like, when they do that.
Right.
They do it a lot with Chaykin's artists do it a lot, and it always just, I feel like, it makes it kind of muddles everything down. Black Canary's lips there, and the shading on her cheekbones.
Yeah, that's looking at that, right?
Yeah, just weakens it. I don't know. Opinions are like assholes, right?
Right. Yeah. But again, fantastic piece, and congrats to Charles on that one. Oh, there we go. Now I've got the like on it. Then this one, to me, it's just a title page design, just goofy work. The way they've done the lettering on there. I mean, what issue is this from? It's from Avengers 91. So Sal Buscema pencils and inks. I don't know. I just saw it and I'm like, it's just that funky period. And I mean, even the way they've done the lettering, and that's kind of fisheye, right? So I don't know.
Curvilinear perspective, Bill.
Curvilinear. I'm sorry.
Take one giant step back.
Curvilinear once again. At any rate, I can't even say it's nostalgic for me. I just enjoyed this. I love title pages, on their own, but this is fun. I mean, look, it's a 3-panel title page. It's almost you almost never get you always get a splash, right? Well, this one's broken up with 3 panels and this giant round title that has the creators in it too. So weird, but I liked it. And what year was this thing done?
That's nice.
74. Is that?
And just think about that time, and as a collector, whatever was happening in the last issue, this is the page where they're catching you up on it,
right?
And it's when you look at this, you're like, oh, I know what that was like getting that next issue. Like, what is going on? Look at these Giant Man's over here and Marvel's over here, and this person's getting ready to grab the Wasp or whoever he's grabbing. I don't know. It's cool. Very cool.
Yes, definitely is. All right. And wait, now whose CAF gallery is this? Oh, Andrew Ross. Okay. 4-year member of CAF. All right. Then
all these collectors should come to OAX. We'll all be there.
That is very true. And we'll bring some art for everybody to look at.
This is I don't pick Jusko stuff too often, and I mean, I guess I've picked a piece or two. I just like this one, and I liked it more because after I saw this, and this is in Chris C's cap. I know he got a nice picture with Joe here when I think he was at Terrificon, which is cool. Look, got the art in hand.
Oh wow.
Hanging out with Joe, but I didn't know
with his Spider-Man art on, has Spider-Man shirt, and
but I thought this was cool as a companion piece, the way he did Spidey and Goblin. I assume Chris probably doesn't own the Spidey, I'm guessing, but I thought that was cool to see, because it's funny when I just think that's neat. I've always had this idea one day that, like, if I was ever to get back into commissions again, I'd want to commission somebody twice and to do like I wouldn't say competing characters, but something where the two pieces together could be either framed together or hung side by side, and with the same artist on them. And so I saw that and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of exactly what I've always thought about if I ever were to do this again. What I'd like to see. So I just thought the approach to those two pieces was cool, and I don't. Or were they commissioned? Yeah, it was just a commission. I thought maybe it could have been card art or something like that. But
I love Jusko's he has that's the classic Romita Green Goblin.
Yeah, with the sleeve with the light flares around his his hand. I mean, exactly. That's Romita Senior 100%.
But it's really great, and he paints it like I remember the Marvel Masterworks well, and I loved them, and always thought Joe Jusko, his that Silver Surfer cover he did for that Buscema book that Buscema did with Stan Lee that was all splashes. I love that stuff, and he always before Alex Ross, he really kind of brought that sort of realism into comics, like that. You really didn't see much of it before then. I mean, I guess we saw a little of it before that with those guys, Larson, Fassner, and Larson, a little bit in the late 70s, early 80s. But really, it was Jusko or Jusko. It was Jusko that really brought it all together. His work is really great. So cool.
Yeah. And I saw there's a group of artists that I work with through IX, right, that submit to the thing, and one of them, Jeff Maricola, great artist, and he does these I think twice a year, maybe it's only once a year, an artist retreat where they they usually bring in a couple big name artists, and it's a week long just immersive in a painting and just technique and discussions. And Joe Jusko is doing it, and I've never seen Joe do anything like that. But whichever artists are going to be sitting in on this like week-long intensive with him, I hope they realize how amazing Joe is. I mean, he's just his technique, his style. He comes from an era that there just aren't a lot of people who were working in comics that are still working today at the same kind of level. I hope they videotape that, because I'd love to see just a few excerpts from what Joe would have to say to a group of younger painters in their 20s or 30s. But I bet a guy like him should even encourage painters who are maybe in their 40s or 50s to go out and see, because there's just nothing out there like that on Joe. So
he was a police officer. That's what I always remember about Joe.
Right, exactly.
Like he was a police officer, and he did some paintings for Marvel Comics, and now he works for Marvel.
All right, I'm halfway through here. So I'll go quicker now. What do we got? We've got this is in Soren's Calf Gallery. Marshall Rogers, Terry Austin. Is this Batman story? I just always love anything by Marshall Rogers. I mean, I always drew a good Batman, and we get a Terry Austin ink piece here. I mean, I'm just a sucker for Marshall Rogers Batman. I don't know why. There's something about it's so simplistic the way he tackles stuff on Batman, but he always made him look really cool. And I do like the panel layout on here. It's strangely enough, there's no white borders on it, just like that Jim Lee piece we were looking at earlier too. But yeah, nice piece.
But it's the same thing. Remember, like it's like he goes through, tells the story, and then he looks right at the reader at the end.
Yeah, that's
right
true.
At you. He's looking. I war on criminals. That classic stuff that Marshall Rogers and Terry Austin did is always gonna, just be. They came back and did this one later, and I don't remember the story, but I love them together. I think they're a great pair.
Yeah, definitely. So Soren, congrats on that one. 4 more to go here. This was Declan Shalvey piece and Andy Wurst. I mean, you expect Andy to pick up spider hams and things, but here we have and is this a cover? It must be a cover, right? Oh yeah, it's a cover. It's a cover to a 2000 AD. But I like Declan's style. I mean, and this piece is nice. He's got some little bit of ink wash going in on there, but everything else is pretty soft, right? I mean, even the way Judge Dredd is drawn is, I mean, it's just something nice about this piece that I mean, looking at this, I mean, I love his stuff.
Declan's a great artist, and he's a comics guy. You can tell that he loves comics in everything that he draws. You can tell that he really enjoys comics. That, I mean, this kind of has a Kevin O'Neill feel to it, but it still feels like Declan Shalvey, and he's a really great illustrator. So, yeah, this is a good piece.
Yeah,
love this. And I mean, that's mastery when you're able to foreground, middle ground, background, and then all of that kind of fun rubble stuff there. But then you've got the hero figure there in the middle. So really cool piece.
Yeah, very nicely done. Congrats, Andy, on that one. I don't think I follow Andy's calf gallery. I'll have to leave this tab open and do that. And now a J.H. Williams piece, Promethea cover. I mean, you probably saw this one too. I imagine it's back to that design stuff, the same stuff that we were seeing in Tony Harris piece.
You remember seeing his stuff at Morrison Con? Did you go through the art room and go and look at he had all of this art he had done, and he did a bunch of stuff that looked like Blueberry work, like it looked like Mobius. I mean,
I don't think I did. I hate to say it. I don't know why.
He was so interesting. He was an interesting guy. His wife was in there selling art for him. I mean, I didn't buy art back then, but I love it.
I'm going to follow your gallery tonight, Marcus. I heard that the Cyclops head and Wolverine's hand was all your idea, that it wasn't a Mannix creation. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, no, I mean, anything by Williams is gorgeous, right? I mean, I haven't seen anything I don't like, but I thought this was just cool. And it was funny. I did pick the Harris first, but then I saw this and I'm like, those pieces kind of complement each other.
Yeah. They really do. Really do. They have similar influences or backgrounds. Those tentacles or smoke there at the bottom, I don't know, it's so cool. He just really got to go to town on this thing, didn't he?
He did. He really did. All right, 2 more to go here. 2 more. Jack Kirby Chickstone FF32 page. Pick this one. I mean, I always like the 6-panel layout, but I kind of like this first panel.
That is the weakest Jack Kirby thing in that first panel that I've ever seen.
Isn't it? I mean, but is it because of him or is it because of Chickstone's inks? I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
It does look a little sluggish in there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just so tiny.
I don't know. An early FF fantastic car piece. I like this page.
But that 1, 2, 3, the 4th panel thing, that could be Cliff Chang drawing that. I mean, it doesn't. It's he must have been using a different pen there. I mean, that's so interesting. Or Harvey Kurtzman or something. It's so different than I mean, the Kirby's still there, but it's very different. So that must be Chickstone.
Yeah, it's got to be
an interesting page.
It is
very open. Not a lot of spotted blacks until you get like there to the bottom.
Huh. Yeah, that's funny. I'd like to see somebody else inking Kirby during this period on thing, because it is funny. I didn't see it that way when I looked at it. I was just like, oh, this is a cool piece to feature.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a soft and
inked for speed.
Chick used a big eraser, says Pop Sequentialism. The thing is beatboxing. Dejected thing. Yeah. All right. I get it. The thing's body trying to figure out the more rocky form.
versus the mushy form. Yep. All right, last piece. The Thing again. I had to pick this one. I love this. To me, this is like that
too. It was so interesting, isn't it? Who is this artist?
This is what Fabrizio de Tomaso.
Okay.
I'm not. I think Chris has picked something by Fabrizio before, but I looked at this, and for me, it's a lot like the Aranga pick for you. And it's very three-dimensional. I mean, it feels like it has depth, like those rocks are real.
Well, they put depth of field. They blurred everything around it to where his face is in crisp in focus, and around it, it's kind of like out of focus. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had this image as the original show graphic because I liked it so much. I mean, I think it's really well done, and it wasn't until I reminded myself I had to do the preview show with Comic Connect that I should probably switch the graphic over to something for them. But no, I love this. I love seeing it, the Thing's gums. I mean,
so weird.
I know. The more I watched it, I looked at this thing. I'm just like, this thing is really, really cool. I mean, does it list the size of this? I'm kind of curious.
Whenever I see the Thing with teeth, I'm like, does the Thing have teeth? Of course, Chris would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, the Thing has teeth.
Looks like
he's like, he only has 4. I'm like, oh, he does only have 4 fingers. I'd never even noticed that before for years. Yeah, the little shiny gums there. That little shine in the gums is fascinating. But I like the little dents in the rock too. That's always something that's one of those things that Quitely does like so well. Is he'll put these you'll see a pore or like a little dent or a little crack, and it really just kind of adds. I mean, it's kind of a cheat, but it put the little highlight on there. But I mean, it's great. I love this piece. Yeah, I saw this one too. That little highlight there at the top.
Yeah, no, it is. And I saw a thanks to the Cadence team. So I guess
Fabrizio
is repped by the Cadence team. This is in Grant Riddle's Calf Gallery. Wow, Grant has got 10 positive feedback already from Comic Art Live. That's great.
All right, Grant.
Yeah, a 5-year member of CAF. But Grant's got a great collection that he has on the site. If you haven't checked it out before, so there you have it. Those are our picks for the week, man. We did it.
We did it.
A long show. It was a long show. It's only because the extra hour up front, or we wouldn't have run this long. But this is a good time, Chuck.
Always a good time to talk to you, to talk about comics art, to talk about comics, and hang out with the comic art fans community. I love.
Is the family not home tonight? I'm used to seeing your daughter.
No, they got real quiet, so they went to bed. It's school. It's school time.
Oh my gosh, that's right. School is back.
So she's in 4th grade this year, and so it was bedtime 2 hours ago. So they're out. They're out. I laid down the law. Oh yeah, lots of good. I mean, this is I probably buy a few too many books, but I really those are all of my artist editions back there. Just endless. I've built the room that I wanted to always work in. I work from home, and then I can just kind of roll over here and pick up a Will Eisner sketchbook and look through some Will Eisner when I get bored, or any other kind of. I love collecting books. I traded my comics collection many years ago, even though I still pick up a few, but traded it for books, and I really love collecting books. And we've got a great used bookstore nearby, and so a lot of people don't know what they're getting rid of, and so a lot of times I'll find things pretty inexpensively there, and at cheap graphic novels. So
cheap. I got it written down. cheapgraphicnovels.com. I am gonna check that out, and I've written down hashtag shatted out, hashtag Rorschach. So wait, curvilinear. I got to write
curvilinear. I think, but I bet everybody that participates all has some version of this. Maybe doesn't get as obsessive as I've gotten, But has some version of this where we just, we have these collections, and I mean, you've got it too. I see it right behind you, and so over the years, I've amassed a pretty great book collection where I can just, whenever I have a moment, I can just pull back and pull something off the shelf, flip through it. Sometimes I'll read it again. Sometimes I won't. I don't know. I've read most of it.
That's
there's a lot of pictures in these books. There's a lot of pictures in these books.
That's partially why we love them. But you do have a very envious workspace there, because that's where you work all day, right?
All day.
Yeah. I'm telling you, one of these days, you and I are going to do a Zoom call, and you're going to teach me the basics of After Effects.
I can do that anytime. Did you see I have the Comic Art Fans on my microphone?
Oh no!
Here.
Oh shoot! I'm missing out. I should be putting some stickers on mine.
Yeah, I'll teach you After Effects anytime.
I feel like if I just got a primer on it, I could use it, because I'm pretty good at.
It's just
Premiere.
Photoshop for video, and you do all the same video stuff in Premiere. I see you do it all the time, so
right.
You just it's actually a lot easier in After Effects.
I think
it is in
you're
Premiere.
lying. Every time I've tried it, it's like a foreign language. It really is that I can't get it. I can't. But we'll see. So anyway, well, hang out. You can. We'll send them off together rather than having them sign up. But it's been a long show, everybody. We appreciate you hanging out with us all this time. This was definitely a lot of fun. If you saw Micah's preview for Comic Connect, that auction ends on Monday. Be sure to check out that before it's all over. And let's see, I've got tomorrow off, and then I've got Andy Kuhn on Saturday, 2 p.m. And I promise you, we won't go over 2 hours. Andy and I talked. I mean, we said we're gonna make sure we focus on getting the art sale done within a 2 hour window.
Tight, Bill.
Yes, exactly. Maybe, and I'm starting to think I'm going to get to the point where like I'd rather just do an art sale and make it an art sale, and then do an interview standalone with an artist. I think that might be better time spent, because you do an art sale, you get it done in an hour, and then you can have a 2 hour chat with them anytime you want.
Yeah.
So I might rethink my approach to some of these things. So all right, we are signing off, and have a wonderful night. I'll see many of you again on Saturday.